Thank you. And to my colleague that just spoke, I appreciate those sentiments. And that is what I'm looking here for, sir. I did not say that law enforcement across the country. I said this one specific incident. I did not impugn law enforcement across the country. If we were listening, just as the gentleman prior asked, have we sent any notification, any letter? If you were listening to me, I said I reported to the ranking member when I found out. The ranking member sent a letter on behalf of the committee to ask about it. So if you listen to what I'm saying, you won't have to answer the question again. So let me just be clear. I did not impugn law enforcement across the country. I'm talking about this one specific incident. This one specific incident. And I appreciate the gentleman's disdain for anyone that would use that. That is what I'm trying to get to. If you could get some of your colleagues to understand that, sir, then we can move this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Carter?
Yes. Mr. Zell, I think I heard, I'm going to attempt to translate or at least clarify because I agree with you. I don't think law enforcement, anybody should, and we would all speak against it. But Mr. Payne said his pride, his appreciation, his feeling like a 10-year-old when people from all over the world shared their challenge coins with him. That's the point he was referencing. He was not suggesting in any way that law enforcement or anyone had given him a coin that had such disrespect on it. In fact, he was very clear that this is the only time that he has seen such a coin. So I don't want anybody to be confused by the comments that my colleague made. And no one should be confused, and we shouldn't be as offended as a committee, Republican or Democrat, with anyone seeking the truth. The issue, as I appreciate it, is the gentleman is simply saying that we all should be outraged by anyone putting this on a coin. Ms. Green, you're correct. Freedom of speech, if someone independent did it, we have no jurisdiction over what an independent person did. You are correct. However, I think we as a committee owe it to ourselves to ask the appropriate question, to ask for a report. I see nothing offensive or why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should be as angry as you are. We often seek the truth. We often find things that, as a deliberative body as we are, we have a responsibility to ask and to find out. So, Mr. Ezell, that's not what he said. He did not in any way impugn. In fact, he honored, because he said what an honor it was to receive these challenge coins from men and women in service, whether it be law enforcement or the military. This coin impugns and disrespects the service of other law enforcement and men and women in service. My wife is a brigadier general, United States Army, and she has a coin, and I am so proud when I see her pass that coin out. I guarantee you, she and no one else under her command would be proud of any coin that was disparaging of a human being and suggesting in that coin that it was coming from someone in law enforcement. We deserve to know if that was done by someone who takes an oath to protect and serve. Not only did it have the depiction of someone with a whip, the word said, kicking ASS. I don't think anybody likes that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Payne, I actually agree with you that the coin is despicable. It has no place. But before I was mayor of Miami-Dade, I was also the fire chief of the city of Miami. And so I've held a lot of executive positions in my time. And what this appears to me to be is an issue for the department. Does the department have rules and regulations prohibiting this production, if in fact it was produced internally? Has there been an investigation by the department of this incident and to determine whether somebody or somebodies produced this internally? What has been their findings? And if their findings are that somebody inside did produce these coins, is it against policy? And what is the discipline that they're going to be implementing on the individual or individuals that may have cast the department in a bad light? And by the way, those regulations are pretty standard around the country. Police, fire departments have that. If you do something, even in your personal time, that brings ill repute to your department, you are liable to be disciplined. I don't believe that this reaches the level of putting it into law. We need to, I believe we need to bring, I do believe we feel strongly about this, to bring the folks, bring the people that are in charge of the department here, ask them, has this been investigated? What are the results of that investigation? And then at the end, if somebody was disciplined or not. But I don't believe that this needs to be, in a bill, and it certainly doesn't need to be an amendment to a bill that talks about so many other things, because really we could be talking about 100 different violations of the regulations of Customs and Border Protection and also the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't think we're going to be bringing every single one of those into a bill. And so, I will not be voting for this because I believe it's way too far, and we need to investigate it inside, and the department itself needs to look at it and come up with their recommendations and then action that they need to take if, in fact, this violated their policy. Ms. Clark, I'll yield to you.
Yes, that's all this is asking for. Everything you just said, that's all this is asking for. It's asking for a brief. It's not law. It's simply asking for a brief.
Well, but it doesn't have to be part of this law. Okay, all right. So it doesn't have to be part of this law. Okay, this is an amendment to the law, right?
All I'm saying to you is that it's a brief, right?
Thank you.
It's not. It would compel them to respond to this committee.
I think that we can compel them to respond to the committee without putting it into a bill.
I yield back.
That's my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Payne.
I have a letter dated June 17th from the Honorable Benny Thompson to the Honorable Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, asking about this specific issue. I have a letter marked August 3rd, 2022, several months after the June 17th, 2022, the ranking member reached out to the secretary, and we got a response in August of 2022. And it says the images depicted are offensive, intensive, and run counter to the core values of CBP. This matter is being thoroughly investigated by OPR special agents. Since the investigation is still open and currently ongoing, there are no findings yet. So this is what we're saying. This is what we're talking about.
I'm going to take my time back. Okay.
And
because I only have 23 seconds to say it.
I want to enter this in the record.
No, I understand. No, and we'll accept it into the record. But what I'm saying is exactly that. The department is investigating it. We need to bring the department in front of us and say what happened, either through a letter or through a hearing. And I guess with that, my time is up. I recognize the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Mr. Payne.
Well, I think that we've exhausted the issue, and I'm willing to move on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment?
You're so serious.
Seeing none, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Payne. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question is postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Clark, number 30.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
I love it.
Point of order is reserved.
Thank you.
Clerk will distribute the amendment.
I feel like a little kid. All you guys had to explain what I was saying. It's all right? You like it? I can. I'm winking at it. Right. Come on, you know what we're doing.
Thank you.
Right. Right.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Ms. Clark.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Gentlewoman, I'm sorry.
The Committee on Homeland Security has a long history of bipartisan and cooperation among its members, and that has been reflected in the numerous pieces of bipartisan legislation advanced by this committee in previous Congresses. Unfortunately, that spirit of collaboration is not reflected in the legislation before us today. In addition to being poorly conceived, this bill falls well short of addressing the real issues at the border and instead would resume work on former President Trump's wasteful, ineffective border wall, weaken CBP hiring standards, cuts off funding for NGOs doing important work, and closes pathways to both asylum and other forms of legal immigration. And amazingly, this bill seeks to do all that without even addressing the root causes of migration to our country. While one amendment cannot fix all the plagues of this bill, my amendment would address one of the primary factors exacerbating global migration trends: climate change. Since 1980, the United States has sustained over 300 climate-related catastrophic events, including but not limited to hurricanes, flooding, droughts, and wildfires. And as temperatures continue to rise, the number of such extreme events will only increase in frequency and severity. No corner of this country is immune from the impacts of climate change. Already, millions in the United States have been uprooted due to severe climate-related events. In 2022, roughly 3.4 million people were displaced by a hurricane flood or other disasters. Globally, we have seen climate change contribute to instability and conflict. In November of 2020, we saw 2 back-to-back hurricanes affect more than 7.5 million Central Americans and Caribbeans, leaving many displaced and experiencing loss of livelihoods. Landslides, flash floods displaced thousands while homes and agricultural crops were destroyed. This displacement has been a recognized driver of migration northward. According to the World Bank, Latin America, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa could produce 143 million climate migrants by the year 2050. Ignoring the implications of climate change and its connections to migration is not an option. That is why I think that this legislation is the appropriate place for us to authorize climate change research at the department. The connection between climate events and the strains put on the southwest border are undeniable. My amendment, which is based on a bill that passed the House by voice vote in the 116th Congress, requires DHS to assess the current federal research regarding any potential or identified effects of climate change on Homeland Security and authorizes the Science and Technology Directorate to research and develop approaches such effects have on Homeland Security. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment to help DHS mitigate climate change challenges to effectively carry out its diverse range of Homeland Security missions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the
Mr. Chairman?
gentleman insist on the point of order?
No, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
The United States spends over $50 billion US dollars in economic and military assistance to foreign countries. The American taxpayers send their money to countries all over the world. The question to ask is, what do these foreign countries do with our hard-earned tax dollars? The climate has been changing since the beginning of time. That is a scientific fact. The climate will continue changing. At what point, the question is at what point does that mean that every single person from all over the world can just come into America because the climate is changing? We also have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have earthquakes. We have our own climate disasters in the United States. Everyone in the world experiences these things. But with over $50 billion in foreign aid, you would think that these foreign country, these leaders and these governments would figure out a way to help their people with these problems. They could make the living conditions, their economies, their crime problems, everything they face in their countries, they could fix with our hard-earned tax dollars. Climate change is not a reason to just allow anyone and everyone to come into the United States of America. It is absolutely absurd. And you have to be, I would think it's pretty difficult for most people. Most people don't buy the climate hoax. It's a hoax because a lot of people make money on climate change. And people are not affecting climate change. You're going to tell me that back in the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay and how many changes did governments make to melt the ice? The climate is going to continue to change. And there is no reason to just open up our borders and allow everyone in and continue to funnel over $50 billion or however many billions of dollars or trillions of dollars to foreign countries all over the world simply because they don't like the climate change. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yield?
I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
I just had a question for my colleague from Georgia. Is your objection to this amendment that climate change doesn't exist or that we should not allow refugees in due to climate change?
Mr. Goldman, I don't think you were listening to me very well. I said climate change has been happening since the beginning of time.
Okay, I reclaim my time because I thought you said it's the climate hoax or something along those lines.
This right here, this amendment is a hoax. Letting people in our country because the climate is changing is a hoax.
I reclaim my time.
Yeah, this is a hoax, Mr. Goldman.
Ms. Green, he's reclaiming his time.
Mr. Chairman, I think what this amendment is importantly getting at is of course, not to allow anyone who claims that they have been impacted by climate change to come into this country, but rather to analyze and do what is the title of the amendment, research and development on the impact of climate change on migration issues and on refugees who have to escape the horrific impacts of the scientific fact of climate change. So let's focus on this amendment and recognize that as climate change, as our Earth burns, as climate change increases, that is going to have a disruptive impact on communities, countries, places around the world, and we ought to be evaluating those impacts and how our immigration and our borders should react to them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief so that we can move on. I'd just like to point out that the last two amendments that have been offered don't deal with border security. They deal with challenge coins and climate change. We're here with a border security bill. We're here trying to make sure that we're hiring additional CBP officers, that we're investing in technology, that we're supporting our federal and state partners, that we're paying retention bonuses to members of the CBP. And the last two amendments, and maybe it's because it's late in the evening, and maybe it's because everyone's tired and we're ready to go home, but we're talking about challenge coins and climate change, and a markup dealing with a piece of legislation that addresses border security. So I intend to vote against this amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Mr. Magaziner.
I'll just say this is very relevant to border security. If we are going to understand and anticipate migration patterns into the United States, at the border and otherwise, we need to know where people are going to be coming from and why. And, you know, the gentleman from Georgia falsely called climate change a hoax and said that, I guess implied that human activity has nothing to do with it. But even setting that aside, the climate is changing. People are having to migrate as a result. And for us to anticipate that is very relevant to securing the borders of this country. And I want to thank Ms. Clark for introducing this amendment. It is germane, it is relevant, and it also does no harm whatsoever to include this study in the bill. Where's the harm in it? So I'd urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
The chair recognizes the member from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the time that we talked about challenge coins, if you take just the average number that DHS has been reporting of about 200,000 illegal immigrants per month, that's what they've been reporting. That's an average for the last 2 months. I see my colleagues rolling their eyes. That's fine. Just an average. In the time that we talked about coins, 277 illegal immigrants entered the country. So once again, here we are. We asked the Secretary last week, and we have asked him previously many questions. And the Secretary, according to my colleague, Mr. Payne, was given a letter by Chairman Thompson in July of 2022 on the coins. And he can't even respond to the letter about coins. And now we're going to put DHS in charge of climate change and get a report from them on climate change? I'm sorry. Let's deal with the problem that we have right now. The problem that we have right now is 200,000 people illegally entering our country a month. The problem that we have right now is the fact that we have 193 people in the last 2 years that have matched the terror watch list, 1.5 million known gotaways. That's what this bill addresses. The distractions, whether they be coins or climate change, the American public is not buying it. They're not buying it. The family that talked to Secretary Mayorkas last week said, we don't care, Republican or Democrat, go solve the problem. They want action to be taken. This is a distraction. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Chairman, I'd like to be recognized.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to just speak in favor of this amendment presented by the Congresswoman from Brooklyn, New York. What this amendment does is ask for a report. We've been talking about 200,000 people, 300,000 people, 187 in the last 10 minutes. Well, we're policy people, so we should be asking ourselves the question, what is the root cause of problems? And that, to me, is germane to this body. If we are not asking ourselves what is forcing people to leave their small villages and nearly die, bringing their children that I personally know, I'm related to, and you're not asking yourself, why is it that there's 100,000 more people after the pandemic? Why is it that there's 200,000 more people? Ask yourself the question why, because if we want to be planning accordingly to the impact we're going to have, we should be doing the work to assess what is happening in the world that is causing so many people to migrate from all over the world to Canada, to the US, and to other places. So I think that her amendment is absolutely germane. This is not saying that we're going to solve climate change. We know the difference between solving climate change and issuing a report and understanding what is happening in the climate impact that is causing people from Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Salvador, Panama, and the Caribbean that brings people here. Children that we say we care about. Children that are dying on the Mexico side of the border. So I want to say that issuing a report should not be something we're fighting over. Issuing a report and actually getting the data is going to make us better legislators, better lawmakers. So I absolutely support this amendment. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisles to do our job, to do the legislative work of actually understanding what moves people to our borders and how we address it. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anybody, any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Luttrell, you're recognized.
Which department or whom inside of Homeland Security will be conducting the parallel research? Inside Homeland? Would it be more advantageous for Science and Technology Committee to do this in parallel? Do we have a projected dollar amount on these research? I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? The chair will recognize himself for about 5 minutes. The problem that I have with this amendment is not that you're asking for a study on climate change. The problem that I have is you assume that climate change is the reason. I don't believe that the people fleeing Syria, I don't believe climate change is the reason why they're fleeing Syria. I think they're fleeing bullets and bombs. People that are fleeing Cuba, I don't think it's about climate change. It's about oppression and communism and socialism. People that are fleeing Venezuela, it's not about climate change. It's about oppression, again, being oppressed. People that are fleeing, probably will be fleeing Colombia pretty soon. And it won't be because of climate change. It's because they're seeking a better opportunity or they don't have an economic opportunity in their homes. The problem with this is that you assume it's climate change. If you want to find the core reasons for immigration, I may be willing to vote for it. But I'm not ready to assume that it's because of climate change. Climate may be a factor in some areas, but most of the migration, and by the way, climate has been changing forever. Most of the migration happens because of economics, hardships, That's what happened. War, that's why people leave. Or oppression, that's why people leave. And so with that, does any other member wish to speak on this amendment?
The gentleman yield.
I will yield part of my time. Yes, ma'am.
Just an informational point. There was a great deal of migration from El Salvador when they had a natural disaster. I think Guatemala had natural disasters. So there's evidence that natural disasters have driven people away from home. So I don't think that's completely correct. And I think the idea of the gentlelady's research is to determine, it's not a statement on whether you believe in climate change or not. It is a statement that does it have an impact on the issue that we're speaking of, which is migration. And certainly for those of us who visited Haiti after the horrific earthquake, clearly devastating practically all of the island, there was a great movement of people, and it hasn't regressed. The problem is it's compounded by instability in government. But certainly the earthquake, which was, word catastrophic is not even appropriate, it was unspeakable, created a lot of movement of people. So I think if we can just look at this from the context of what drives people out of their country to ours, then it is a legitimate amendment and legitimately placed to do the research to give us that kind of knowledge. Does that compound migration? Is there something that we can do? Can we send more resources to those nations to stop the devastation so that people won't leave? You know, Puerto Rico is a commonwealth, but they've had a series of disasters, and although they're part of the United States, many of them left Puerto Rico to come to the mainland, if you will. It does have some basis, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
Natural disasters, I agree. An earthquake, I don't think, is part of climate change. Earthquakes happen, and it's got nothing to do with the climate. But in any way, to assume that somehow that is the driving force around the world, I will disagree with that. Is it a factor? And I said in my statement that it is a factor, but it's not the factor. So with that, my time is up. I will yield back. Does anybody else, does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Clark. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question is postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendments in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Tanadar number 17.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Tanadar number 17.
Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Tanadar.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am disappointed to see that my Republican colleagues remain committed to squandering taxpayer dollars to build more border wall, even though doing so would be both incredibly expensive and ineffective. We should be proposing effective solutions instead of trying to score political points. That's why I'm offering an amendment to strike Section 3 of the ANS and replace it with text of the Border Security and Migrant Safety Act of 2022, introduced by Congressman Tony Gonzalez on this committee and Congresswoman Elisa Slotkin, who sat on the panel last Congress. It would require DHS to create a dedicated intelligence group to share information on concentrated surges of migration and smuggling and trafficking. It would also require DHS to form a joint task force to combat transnational criminal organization exploiting migration surges and expand law enforcement partnership in Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador to combat human smuggling and trafficking. Again, this is common sense, bipartisan legislation co-authored by my colleague, Mr. Gonzalez, and I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on the point of order?
Withdraw the point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Magaziner.
Yeah, so as ranking member on the Counterterrorism Law Enforcement and Intelligence Subcommittee, I support this amendment. We all agree that we need to do more as a government to crack down on the cartels and on organized crime at the border. And this amendment will direct the Department of Homeland Security to do just that. Let's focus our resources and our attention on developing the intelligence and the capabilities to go after these organizations that target migrants, that target American citizens, and that create chaos and violence at the border. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, my problem with the amendment is not the dedicated intelligence unit that this bill would seek to stand up. As standalone legislation, I would gladly support this. My problem with the legislation is the fact that it is repealing Section 3 and replacing with this language. Section 3 deals with border wall construction, and we've had the discussion throughout this hearing, and there is a disagreement, a fundamental disagreement, I believe, between Republicans and Democrats on the importance of wall construction. I revert back to the Chief of Border Patrol, who has told us and told me on numerous occasions that physical barriers at certain portions of the border are extremely important, and that the Chief of the Border Patrol was disappointed with the fact that this president came in and fundamentally, with the stroke of a pen, stopped wall construction. And we know that Secretary Mayorkas, when he testified here just 2 weeks ago, said that he is in the process of reviewing wall construction to fill gaps and other portions along the border. And so I will gladly support this legislation. It's standalone legislation. If you would like to make an additional amendment to create a new section, you will probably get widespread support from the Republican body. But when you're asking to introduce this legislation and repeal what is contained in Section 3, that is where I personally have concerns with that. And so again, I support the preference, the theory of this legislation, but I do not support the fact that it is being introduced in the manner in which it is, which would do away with the wall construction contained in the legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Luttrell.
I concur with my colleague, Doctor. I think this is a great piece of legislation. Do you have any idea of what the footprint looks like? Are we bringing outside agents in? Is it all 9 There's a lot of complexities and nuances to going up. Pretty familiar with standing up a joint task force. So, I mean, again, striking and adding, but I think standalone, you're spot on with this piece of legislation. So I'd like to chat with you after the fact if you're all right with that.
Gentlemen.
Yield back, sorry. Yeah.
Gentleman yields back. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thanador. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question is postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Tanadar number 23.
Mr. Chairman, I've reserved a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Should I say this now?
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Tanadar.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike Section 21 of the ANS, which is sorely misguided and would have drastic unintended consequences. The underlying section would create a list of acceptable forms of identification for individuals to present at Transportation Security Administration checkpoints. It would prevent migrants who have already been vetted, processed, and released by either Customs and Border Protection or Immigration and Customs Enforcement from being able to fly. Currently, before allowing these passengers to fly, TSA confirms their vetting status and conducts extensive physical screening to ensure they pose no threat to transportation. Let me say that again. They pose no threat to transportation. By preventing migrants from flying, this bill does nothing to enhance security and only makes it more difficult for them to get to their destination. Worse yet, the bill does not include some key forms of ID that should be allowed, such as driver's license issued by Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, or other U.S. territories. Under this bill, according to TSA, if a resident of Washington, D.C. or Puerto Rico shows up to a TSA checkpoint with their driver's license as their form of ID, they will not be allowed to fly. Finally, this bill would require TSA to collect biometric information from many passengers. TSA does not have technology capable of doing that at many checkpoints. It sometimes relies on CBP, one app, to collect biometric information when needed. But this bill would bar the use of CBP, one app, for those purposes. Section 21 is counterproductive, anti-immigrant, and hugely problematic. It should be struck. I urge my colleagues to adopt the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields as the gentleman insists on the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thanadar from Michigan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question is postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, have an amendment at the desk, number 22.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Correa.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment strikes subsection C of section 12 that sets priority missions for CBP air and marine operations. This subsection contradicts air and marine operations' existing statutory mission under Section 411 of the Homeland Security Act. Under Section 411 of the Homeland Security Act, air and marine operations has twofold national security missions. First, to detect, interdict, and prevent acts of terrorism, and number two, the unlawful movement of people, illicit drugs, and other contraband across the borders of the United States and the air and maritime environment. Without any rationale or strategy, the ANS dangerously downgrades the AMO's counterterrorism mission to nothing more than a support team for the Border Patrol and other task forces. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields as the gentleman insists on the point of order.
Withdraw.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question is postponed.
Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 18A at the desk.
We have an amendment desk, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I need another Red Bull. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Correa.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to address the factors that drive migration rather than just focus on the symptoms of the problem. We need to work with our foreign allies, foreign partners to combat human trafficking rather than building a wall and trying to shut out the rest of the world. These amendments expands bilateral cooperation with Mexican and Central American law enforcement to identify and disrupt human smuggling and human trafficking operations. It would expand Homeland Security's investigation efforts to investigate and prosecute human smugglers and traffickers targeting Central American children and families. And it would require the Secretary of Homeland Security to create a public information campaign to inform migrants of the dangers inherent in traveling across Mexico to the United States and combat misinformation. This amendment represents a real effort to address the root problems using the tools that we have at our disposal. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr.
Gentlemen,
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Higgins is recognized to speak on the amendment.
My colleague and friend, your section regarding to my colleague, your section regarding an information campaign on the dangers of migration. I think that's good language. I look forward to speaking with you about it in further legislation. And as you and I continue our conversations on what we can do together to serve our nation, reflective of our oath within the jurisdictional parameters of this committee, we have great opportunity. So this section of your amendment is good language. Of course, I disagree with the elimination of Section 3, but I look forward to speaking with you. This is a kind of good idea that we can bring forward in good faith together and work on. I yield, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my colleague from Mississippi.
I wonder whether Mr. Correa would, I'm sorry. Okay, I beg your pardon. One of us down here in this part of the country. I wonder whether the gentleman would yield if Mr. Correa is inclined for this question. You talk about expanding partnership efforts, and then down below you say establishment or expand transnational criminal investigative units. Do these things already occur? How do you know that they don't occur? If they do occur, how do you know whether they need to be expanded or they're sufficient for their purposes?
Thank you, sir. Good question, if I may answer. We do have some investigative bodies working internationally. We have fusion centers in Central America and other parts of the world, especially Mexico. I just believe that they're not sufficient. We need to double down on our efforts to disrupt transnational organizations and really to give our investigative agencies the tools to dig deep and find out what is going on. Better intel always results in better focus of our resources to make sure we, again, disrupt what is going on in those areas that we right now do not know about.
If the gentleman would yield for me to pose one more question.
I continue to yield.
What tools does this proposed legislative language provide to the Secretary that don't now exist?
Sir, I've been talking to investigative departments, groups within Homeland Security that still are hamstrung in terms of what investigations they can do. So my amendment envisions essentially we working with, again, police officers at the grassroots level, our investigators within Homeland Security, seeing what tools they need to free them up to investigate, cross the border, so to speak, and investigate transnational organizations across international lines.
I appreciate the colloquy, and I think I was trying to read for detail about what this does that isn't already there. I understand, and I find myself in agreement with the gentleman from Louisiana who has indulged me at the time that I think it's an interesting preliminary concept. I don't think it's worth eliminating part of the bill, and I don't think it's quite ready to enact, but it's certainly something we should pursue further, and I think I'm amenable to discussions as the Congress proceeds. Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back. I yield balance my time to my colleague from Mississippi.
Thank you. Very briefly, I agree with both my colleagues from Louisiana and North Carolina that this bill, on its face, when we talk about things that we can do to combat human trafficking, human smuggling, expanding partnerships, those are all great things. My objection to this amendment is the same objection I had to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Not that they're not worthy things and that we should not be discussing this and that we should not be talking about introducing standalone legislation to address these matters, but the fact that we're trying to introduce this by removing Section 3, which deals with wall construction. I know that there is a fundamental disagreement about the importance of physical barriers. And the removal of those, regardless of what we try to replace those with, I don't think that there's anything that we can do where we can find an area of common ground. But I do agree with my friends from North Carolina, Louisiana, California, and Michigan that these are important issues that we need to continue to discuss. So when I'm voting against this, I don't want you to think I'm voting against these amendments because I don't think these are worthy causes. I'm voting against these amendments because the manner in which these amendments are being offered would strike Section 3. And so I just want that to be clear for the record, and I yield my time back to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I may answer, and the gentleman's...
The gentleman yields. I yield to Mr. Correa.
Thank you, sir. Sounds like there's some common elements that we can work on moving forward that we can agree on. So we'll keep those thoughts in mind.
I agree, sir.
We got you 50% there. I'm going to try to get you 100% there.
We're friends. I'm going to work on your 50%. We're
My
friends
100%.
and colleagues. I vow to work with you, sir. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else care to make comments on the amendment? No further.
Request a vote.
There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Request a vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question will be addressed after all the amendments have been brought forward. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 15.
Mr. Carrera has amendment number 15. Point of order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Guest makes point of order. Clerk, distribute the amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you got putting out 15? Let's go with that one.
We're getting 25 handed out to us. Is that the one you wanted, Mr. Correa?
It is. Yeah, it is.
Okay, 25.
Well, we're on 15, so why don't we just keep going with that one, come back to... Oh, we already passed that up. Okay.
Can we do 25 since it's in our hands? We'll come back to 15 after that. Somebody give me 15, 15, 15. Need an auctioneer here. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Correa.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problem is a simple one, and it's a serious one. Again, through one of my visits to the border, I found out that our agents have these great cameras or great technology. It takes about 5 to 10 years to deploy that technology once it's ordered. And then by the time they get to put them up, they find out that they don't have the bandwidth for those cameras to operate. By the time they put them up, they find out that they can't remotely control those cameras from they're supposed to be remotely controlled. It is just a uncoordinated set of circumstances where DGS, which is in charge of the real estate, does not coordinate with the folks working in the technology, and what you have is some very dedicated agents with some very high-tech equipment that is essentially not working the way it's supposed to. My amendment would direct CBP and DHS to develop a plan to deploy innovative emerging technologies to essentially enhance border security operations. Specifically, it authorizes CBP innovation teams to identify and adapt innovative technologies to address the capability gaps in our border security operations. While the underlying bill does include a border and port security technology investment plan, this amendment will direct CBP to work with Science and Technology Directorate to develop a plan for utilizing the most innovative technologies available and to get them out there as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would withdraw my point of order.
I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Thinadar. You're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking to support this amendment. As a scientist, I see the value in new technology based on artificial intelligence and number of other technologies. The physical barrier does provide some barrier, but it is something that may have been more appropriate, many years, decades before. Now that we have access to new technology, using the technology to protect our borders would be much more cost-effective, and in a longer run, we'll be able to do better to protect our borders. So I am wholeheartedly support this amendment and urge my colleagues to support it as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else care to make a comment or speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until after all amendments.
Thank you.
Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 15.
Mr. Correa, we are on amendment number 15 now.
Yes.
We have found 15.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
We have a point of order. Clerk, distribute the amendment.
Okay.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Correa.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment is, the impetus here is, again, my experience on the border, really looking at Laredo and all the activity going on and seeing what private-public cooperation, coordination can do when it comes to economic locomotive our country moving forward with trade. We all assume that government is working with the private sector, but we have to, essentially assure that government is playing a complementary role and not an obstructionist role when it comes to the private sector trying to move trade across our borders. So my amendment simply asks the Secretary to establish a working group to identify ways that we can stimulate this economic development happening at the border by the private industry and ensure that we have the infrastructure to support it in our own southern border as trade continues to develop in that area. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Gentleman yields. Point of order. Point of order.
I'll withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Any members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote requested.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until after all amendments are heard. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Goldman, what number?
15A.
15A, all right.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
We have a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment. 15A.
And I ask unanimous consent when the time arises to consider the amendment as read.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Goldman.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've spoken a lot in this committee in this term about the power and the threat to our border security that the Mexican drug cartels possess. And in fact, some of my colleagues would like to designate the cartels as terrorist organizations because of their threat to our national security and to the personal security of so many in Mexico and along the border. In a February 2021 report by the GAO, trafficking of U.S.-sourced firearms into Mexico is considered to be a national security threat because it facilitates the illegal drug trade of fentanyl and is linked to organized crime. Now, Mexico itself has incredibly strict gun regulations. A 2018 Los Angeles Times report indicated that there is only one gun store in Mexico, and to enter this Army-run store and purchase a gun, customers must undergo months of background checks, and in fact, 6 documents are required. Yet, we know that the cartels rule with weapons. They rule with assault weapons. They rule the border with guns. They rule the fentanyl distribution and trafficking organizations that they have with guns. That they rule the human trafficking and smuggling operations that they coordinate and operate because of the threat of guns. Now, they have ready access to guns, not from their own stores, but from United States gun manufacturers. More than 500,000 guns are distributed from the United States across our border to Mexico every single year. Now, this is not an issue as to whether or not we are going to regulate gun manufacturing and distribution in this country, whether or not we're going to attack the scourge and epidemic of gun violence in this country. That's not what this committee is designed for, as we all know. This amendment is simply to provide authorities and support for the Department of Homeland Security and all of its sub-entities to coordinate with each other in order to prevent the outward flow of guns from the United States to Mexican cartels to protect and secure our border. It would direct the Secretary to enhance efforts to disrupt the smuggling of U.S.-sourced firearms across the border, including by intensifying collaboration and joint operations to identify, target, disrupt, and dismantle transnational criminal organizations responsible for exporting firearms. It requires establishing performance measures in consultation with appropriate federal partners, both within the department and other federal law enforcement agencies. Now, I think we can all agree that the possession and threatened use and occasional use of guns contributes to the power and authority of the Mexican cartels on the border. And so if we are concerned about the fentanyl trade, if we are concerned about these Mexican cartels sending fentanyl, smuggling humans across our border, which all of my colleagues on the other side have expressed serious concerns about, then we have to stop the root source of the cartel's power, and that is their possession of guns. So we're not asking anybody to restrict the production or distribution of guns within this country. We know that that would be way too far for you to ask you to stop the scourge of mass shootings around this country in our schools, our places of worship, and elsewhere. That's not what we're asking. All we're asking with this amendment is to recognize and acknowledge that nearly 600,000 guns cross the border from the United States into Mexico, largely to the Mexican cartels, who can only access those guns from the United States, not from within their own country. And then they use those guns as part of their organization to distribute fentanyl into this country, which kills thousands and thousands of Americans. So let's hit the root cause of the cartel's power, and let's give the Department of Homeland Security more authority to stop the exportation of guns from this country to Mexico and neutralize the power of the Mexican cartels. And for that reason, I hope all my colleagues will vote in support of this amendment.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner is recognized.
Yeah, listen, I want to speak in support of this amendment. In the entire bill that is before us, the word guns or weapons or firearms does not appear once. And as Mr. Goldman said, the cartels have three legs to their power. It's human trafficking, it's guns, drug smuggling, and it's guns. Now, we've had a lot of conversation about the first two, and rightfully so. But you cannot break the cartels without breaking their supply of deadly weapons. When we were at the border last week, meeting with Border Patrol leadership, they showed us pictures of dozens and dozens of assault-style weapons that they recovered on their way to Mexico from the United States. This is part of their mission, and rightfully so, because those weapons would be used to terrorize American citizens, migrants, and other innocent people. You cannot say that you are serious about securing the border while ignoring the fact that hundreds of thousands of guns are going across the border every year. And there is nothing in this amendment that should be controversial at all. All this amendment does is include cracking down on gun smuggling in the work of the agencies tasked with securing the border. So I'd ask my colleagues once again, join with us, support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. D'Esposito, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to refer to, I guess, line 5 of the amendment, where it says, "The Secretary shall enhance efforts to disrupt the smuggling of United States-sourced firearms and related munitions across the land border with Mexico by taking the following actions." We've all visited the border, and just a couple of weeks ago, the Secretary was here. Never once did I hear anyone from the other side, as far as I remember, talk about guns. But the fact that we need to even put this in writing, this is a guy who has taken an oath to protect and serve our homeland. And the fact that we have to ask him to enhance efforts, that's what he should be doing each and every day. And I believe that there is already collaboration and operations between CBP and ICE to identify and target. I mean, I think at this point, we're just reiterating something that's already being done. The fact that we have to ask the Secretary of Homeland Security to enhance efforts, I mean, he sat in front of us 2 weeks ago and said that the border is secure. We don't have any concerns. So I'm not sure what it is that we're looking to get at.
Will the gentleman yield?
Right here. I'm done, so.
Then
I yield back my time, Chairman.
Okay, he yields back his time. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Ranking member, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the gentleman.
Yields to the gentleman.
Thank you. I very specifically asked the Secretary about this problem. I raised it directly with him when he testified here last week. And he said that it is a significant problem. And the reason why we are proposing this amendment is to provide further authority and further efforts and further support and further requirements for the Secretary to address this issue. So I guess if you think that there's enough, that the department has enough manpower, has enough authority to stop the exportation of guns, then why are 600,000 guns going across the border every year? If we are going to increase border security agents to prevent migrants from coming into this country, as you all have said is the purpose, largely the purpose of this bill, why are we not going to try to stop guns from flowing out of this country to support the cartels? So no, the Secretary does not have all these powers, and that's why we are proposing this amendment. And we have the foundation to do this because I personally specifically asked the Secretary about this. And I yield back to Mr. Thompson.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. And along those lines, I mean, I think that one of the things we heard when we were down there at the border last week was specifically from them, as Mr. Magaziner pointed out, that they're having to work to interdict all these firearms and that they need help. They basically said they need assistance in trying to expand their efforts to do it. So this would do that. And you know, this strikes me as something that we really ought to be able to agree on, because it's clear that we're sending them the arms that they're using against us. We're arming our enemies, basically. And we should stop. So this would be one way to do it, is to try and expand the effort to restrict the guns. You know, we're not trying to restrict anybody's Second Amendment rights. We're not doing anything about people here in the United States. Just trying to limit the guns, the firepower that we're sending to the cartels currently. And I yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you very much. In support of the amendment, it's clear, based on all the conversations that have gone on during this hearing, that the cartels are dangerous. There's been no disagreement, but their weapon of choice are the guns that are primarily coming from the United States to Mexico. The gentleman's amendment addresses that clear and present danger that all of us have articulated here today, and in talking to our officials along the border, they said the guns are a problem. And you can't buy the guns, for the most part, in Mexico. They're coming from the United States. So this is a method to try to stop that migration into Mexico with Americans sold or stolen or however weapons. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just struck by Mr. Goldman's recall of the hearing with Secretary Mayorkas and said he asked him questions about guns. I didn't remember it that way, so I just pulled up the testimony. Here's part of what it said. It said, but I would like to ask unanimous, let's see, I had a whole line of questioning that I'm not going to be able to get to, but I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter an editorial into the record that is entitled in today's Washington Post, How to Stop the Mexican Cartels, Stop Supplying Them with Guns. That was ordered without objection. And then Mr. Goldman made a speech about that. There are over 200,000 guns, blah, 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 and I yield back. He didn't ask the Secretary any questions about that, so it seems hard to understand how he's ready to legislate if he hadn't really gotten any answers other than his own speech. Yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
You said your own time.
The gentleman yield. Gentleman yield back. Would anyone else care to comment on the? Mr. Payne, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Ivey from Maryland. I mean, I said at the beginning of the markup that with respect to Section 3, all of the points about the wall and paying for it, the expenditures, reclaiming funds, there's no information that was obtained from the Secretary when he was here testifying about that. So, and by the way, the 900 miles, how much it would cost, all of the expenditures that are in this legislation, nobody asked the Secretary about that at the hearing. So, you know, if you're going to vote against it on those grounds, you need to vote against
Gentleman
it.
yield.
The gentleman
Members on this side consider the Secretary a less authoritative source of information than members on yours.
Well, I'll reclaim my time.
Don't use it against us.
Did my colleague make any inquiries with respect to DHS with respect to that information? Our understanding is no. So, I mean, we can play that game if we want, but you know, this is a piece of legislation that makes sense. I don't think the factual basis for it is in any kind of dispute with respect to the amendment. I think it's clear that we're sending the weapons to Mexico. They're using them against us, the cartel is, and it doesn't make sense for us to continue on that path. So for that reason...
Gentleman care to yield?
I will yield.
Yeah, my only observation was responding to what Mr. Goldman said and what he recalled the Secretary saying and what the Secretary saying warranting his amendment about guns going across the border. I didn't remember it, so I was just clarifying by reading what he said.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, he has more time? What? I yield back. Oh, okay. Mr. Ivey, you've got another minute and 55 seconds. We've had some issues with the clock, so we're just going to give you that time if you want it.
I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Mr. Pfluger is recognized.
I don't know, maybe we're confusing this with Fast and Furious. I'm not sure what the statement was that was said, we are arming the Mexican cartels. And I'm going to yield to Mr. Ivey to explain that because I think it's important. When you say we are arming the cartels, do you mean law-abiding citizens? Do you mean
the guns?
The government in the case of Fast and Furious?
If I might.
Gentleman yield.
Who do you want me to yield to? I'm going to give 30 seconds here. So.
Well, I'll comment. The guns that the cartels are using come from the United States.
Okay.
So now, whichever entity in the United States you want to point to is fine. The bottom line is that the guns that they're using to kill people, to ship the fentanyl to the United States, the human trafficking, all of the things you've been complaining about for
the 3 months that I've been
I'll reclaim
here.
my time.
They're coming from the United States.
Thank you. The things we're complaining about, Mr. Ivey, are the things the American people are telling us to say here. That's what we're complaining about. That's why we have a bill here. That's what we're doing. Let me refocus everybody. The reason we're here tonight is because we have a bill to secure our homeland. It's our policy. No, I'm going to keep going here in a second. But it's our policy ideas. You guys have amendments. That's great. This amendment here, I'm having trouble as I read it. I'm looking for authorities. What I see is intensifying collaboration, directing Homeland Security, expanding efforts, enhancing CBP coordination, and establishing performance measure. Mr. Chairman, I don't see a single authority granted in here. All I see is a bunch of coordination language, which leads me to believe that the Secretary of Homeland Security has every authority he needs to do this job. So I don't see anything in this amendment that is actually increasing authorities, which leads me to believe we don't need a new piece of legislation, which is exactly the problem we have had for 2 years, is that the Secretary of Homeland Security is not doing his requisite job to keep our country safe. Mr. Magaziner, I'll yield for 30 seconds.
All through this bill, you are directing the Homeland Security Secretary to do things that he already has the authority to do. So if you're doing that in these other areas, why not the guns? Why, with all the other provisions in this bill, ranging from banning apps to electric vehicles, and lots of really legitimate things too that we support, like staffing and technology, why not the guns?
Look, thank you for that. This is not our amendment. This is your amendment. So you're saying that you're giving him the authority, okay? That he needs authority to do this. And the assertion is he's got the authority to do it, but he's not. So let's have that conversation on it. But when comments are made that assert that we are arming, that we, the United States of America, are arming the cartels, let's really talk about this. We have fusion centers, we have coordination. Local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are doing what they can. And if we want to have a hearing on this, I would welcome that in our subcommittee to have a hearing on this specific issue because I think it's important.
Well,
so,
if I have a few
I'm going to yield to my friend from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Pfluger. You know, to my point before, as you so eloquently stated, this doesn't provide any more authority to the Secretary. What this amendment tells me is that the Secretary is failing to do his job. He's failing to live out his oath. So we don't need an amendment to our legislation. What we need is a new Secretary of Homeland Security. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of the time.
I yield to you, Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Correa, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Just wanted to address some of the good statements my colleague from Texas made. Who is providing those those weapons in Mexico? And I was in Mexico. Some of us, Democrats and Republicans, had a meeting with the president of Mexico about 2 months ago. Pointed out that one of the last police activities they had conducted was to arrest El Chapo Guzman's son. That resulted in the deaths of 12 Marines, Mexican Marines, including a colonel. And his complaint was, look, they outgunned us because they had 50 caliber weapons that were purchased in either California, Arizona, or Texas. And he was essentially saying, help us not be outgunned because those weapons are coming to the United States. Whether they're bought, probably not legally, those are 50 caliber weapons. But the point here is, transnational organizations, we need to make sure that they don't outgun some of the folks that are trying to do their jobs across the border as well. And I'd be happy to address this issue with you in your committee, sir, to make sure we come up with some things that work. Fusion centers are great, but I think we probably need to do a little bit more.
Will
that
the
was
gentleman
my
yield?
point. Yes, I yield. Go ahead.
Thank you to my colleague. I would like to address Mr. Bishop. I thank you for clarifying. You are correct. I had a line of question that I did not have time to ask. I did ask one of our witnesses in Mr. Pfluger's subcommittee about this, who came in a couple months ago, and he did explain that this was a significant problem that they do not have the manpower or resources right now to solve. I think it's a little bit beside the point to be talking about whether these are authorities or whether we're directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to quote, do his job. I'm pretty sure we spent an entire hearing with the Secretary where my Republican colleagues were directing him to do his job. So I'm not sure that's really the issue here. And I guess what it really just comes down to is whether or not you dispute that hundreds of thousands of guns are being exported from the United States to Mexico and used by the cartels to maintain vicious control over the Mexican government and the border. If you don't think that that is a problem and you think that we are doing enough, then you should vote against this amendment. If you do think that that is a problem and that we are not doing enough and that we need to devote more resources and manpower to fight this particular source of the problem that you all have identified or believe to be the case, then you should vote for this. That's what this comes down to.
Would the gentleman yield to the chair?
Mr. Correa.
Mr. Correa, would you yield to the chair? Okay.
And then who?
The chair.
Okay.
I can always give myself 5 minutes after. Go ahead.
That's
right. I'll just say for the record to my counterpart on the counterterrorism subcommittee, I welcome your offer to hold a hearing on the subject of gun trafficking on the border, and I look forward to working with you on that. And I'll yield back to Mr. Correa.
Mr. Chairman.
You yield to me? Thank you.
$1.50. Go ahead, sir.
$1.50. So I think I have a few ideas on this too. When you guys do host this, Mr. Pfluger, when y'all host this hearing, I'd like to get notice on that myself personally to attend, because there have been some ideas that have been brought to my attention on how we can address this issue, and I'd like to be a little more granular on that subcommittee hearing if I could be. That's my only ask. Gentlemen yield? I yield back to Mr. Correa.
Anybody want 50 seconds?
Mr. Correa, I'll take 50 seconds if
Please.
you're willing to yield.
Go ahead.
I think we finally found something we can agree on. That we did spend an entire hearing telling the Secretary to do his job, and I yield back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields his 33 seconds. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is not requested. And the ayes or the noes have it.
Excuse me. I think Correa, that was not his.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Oh, it's Goldman. My apology. And I'll do push-ups if you want me to. But so let me do that again. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman, and we'll vote again. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to the Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Menendez.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Menendez number 19.
Menendez 19 at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
We have point of order. Distribute the amendment, please, clerk.
Thank you.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Menendez.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to turn the tide in the war against illicit fentanyl by authorizing DHS's surge operation against fentanyl called Operation Blue Lotus. Fentanyl is devastating communities across this country. This is something that Republicans and Democrats agree upon. So how do we address the surge of fentanyl? We know that 90% of fentanyl seizure at the border occurs at ports of entry. The Biden administration's Operation Blue Lotus is an aggressive strategy to end the fentanyl crisis and the transnational drug trafficking operations that are poisoning American families. The operation includes an increase in targeted inspections by CBP officers and HSI agents, K-9 units, and advanced technology at locations along the border. Operation Blue Lotus helps us gather intelligence to better target drug traffickers and build criminal cases against both criminal organizations and the U.S. persons who are smuggling fentanyl into this country. In its first month, Operation Blue Lotus stopped over 4,000 pounds of fentanyl at ports of entry, again, where more than 90% of fentanyl is trafficked via cars and trucks. I know we've discussed this point many times today, but it is worth remembering that this data is directly from CBP. This is not a partisan talking point. Operation Blue Lotus has also led to 156 arrests and the seizure of over 3,500 pounds of methamphetamines and nearly 1,000 pounds of cocaine in its first month alone. Operation Blue Lotus is working, and it's saving lives across the country. We must authorize this critical tool in the fight against fentanyl. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield, before yielding back to the chair, would you just yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Did I understand that you're asking for an amendment to do a program that's already being done?
To have the legislative authority for the program. Yes,
Is it being done? Is it being done without authority now?
It's a department program currently that works interagency with ICE as well.
But so you're not suggesting they don't have the authority to do what they're doing, do you?
No, but it's important to add legislative authority for them to do so, so that way the department has it in legislative text. I recall in the last amendment, there was a lot of conversation about granting authority and exercising authority, and this amendment does exactly that. Thank you.
You yield?
Reclaim and yield. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman, I withdraw. Point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Any other member wish to comment on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Menendez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rules 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Ivy has Amendment 26 at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a
Point of order. Please distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Ivy.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During our trip to the border, one of the issues that was raised by the agents and officers we were meeting with was a need for additional coordination and co-location of facilities with respect to joint processing activities. Their concern was that in some instances they had different agencies that were in different locations, which delayed their ability to do the processing piece. Also, there was reduced the ability to share information among the groups. And I would note as well that, some of the temporary co-locations, some of the temporary facilities were pretty expensive. My recollection was that there was one that was going for $1.6 million a month. That wasn't a permanent facility. It had a blown up tarp covering it. And their thought was, when they were expressing it to us, the government could save money and get a better facility at the same time. I think that, the goal is to reduce costs to the taxpayer, to make the processing process more efficient, and reduce the burden on Border Patrol agents who have to spend additional time in managing this process and moving the individuals through it. I think this would help to integrate the coordination of federal agencies and their nonprofit and local government partners on the ground. I know we had some issues with nonprofits earlier today, but I think they're going to continue to be an integral part of the process. Certainly, as it was explained to us down there by not only local elected officials, mayors, police, but also Border Patrol agents and officers as well. So I ask that in an effort to meet the request that we received when we were there from CBP, Border Patrol, and others, that we adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Withdraw.
Point of order is withdrawn. Any members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Ivey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none. Just kidding.
Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order, and it's Ivey Amendment 28. Clerk, please distribute. Somebody took my copy of the bill. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Ivey.
Without no objection, and the reading is dispensed with, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would add the word anonymized to the Section 19A, and the point of that would be to make sure that we're not providing additional information unnecessarily to the cartels. I would note that this is consistent with other steps that the government takes with respect to not only these kinds of operations, but other types of law enforcement operations, Department of Justice in cases and the like. And the goal is to make sure that we're just reducing the amount of information that's available to the cartels or the public unnecessarily, simply by keeping, anonymizing the information to the extent possible. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields?
Yes, I yield back.
I recognize myself. You withdraw your point of order? Point of order is withdrawn. The actual information requested in this report is a one-time, one-month thing. So it's not, I don't think there's any anonymized data provided. So that's my point. There's no personal data on it. It's just raw numbers. Yeah, so it's total numbers. So I'm not sure that's really relevant to the monthly report on the number of people who cross the border. So just my thinking, but I'll yield for any others who want to make a point on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would just, just briefly.
You're recognized.
Thank you. If that's the intent of the bill, then why not make it explicit? Just to be clear, just to be safe. With that, I yield back.
I guess I don't understand the question.
Approval of the amendment. No, I'm making the case to approve the amendment so that there's no ambiguity, if that is truly the intent of the bill.
Does anyone else want to comment on the bill?
I'd like
or the amendment?
I would like to be recognized, Mr.
Mr. Bishop is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
So we've talked about the anonymized data, which I concur is unnecessary. The amendment also strikes subparagraph 2 from the bill about identifying which field office. I didn't understand the rationale for that. I don't know if I can yield to the amendment maker to explain that.
No, that's the same one. This is just limiting location information with respect to the activities of the Border Patrol and the Operations Field Office. Again, an attempt to limit information that the cartels might be able to acquire. This is information that is available on the website from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. And it provides information each month, but the idea is to make sure that whatever information is provided with alien encounters, nationalities, and the people's individual nationalities and information along those lines remains anonymous.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's effort. If you go on the Border Patrol's website, the information is currently broken down by sector. I think the question on this is getting specifics and maybe a timing issue in terms of the public. I've forgotten some of the detail of the the original purpose is trying to get it in a timely fashion as opposed to Secretary Mayorkas or the department delaying it until they get to a Friday and dump it on a Friday later because they don't want to face the music. So this kind of puts some deadlines on them, but they're already publishing stuff down to the sector specification. So I don't know why you'd want to do less information now, by the amendment than we get now. So I'm clear on whether I support the amendment or not, but I appreciate you answering the question. I yield back.
Would anyone else care to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Ivey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote is, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. My apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself. A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 19.
Magaziner 19.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk, distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill that we have before us, among other things, requires Border Patrol to develop a strategic plan and provides a whole list of things that are meant to be included in that strategic plan, including things like disrupting human smuggling, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. That's all good. But once again, there's something missing. Not a word about gun trafficking. Not a word. So my amendment very simply adds firearm trafficking into the list of items that have to be included in the Border Patrol strategic plan. We cannot ignore the role that illegal firearms play in strengthening the cartels and allowing them to commit senseless acts of violence against American citizens, migrants, and also, by the way, threatening law enforcement officers. It is law enforcement officers that all too often are the targets of cartel violence, and these cartels are armed to the teeth, and it is part of Border Patrol's job, and they risk their lives doing it, to disrupt gun trafficking over the border. So that should be in their strategic plan, along with all of these other very worthy things that are already included in the bill. So again, this is something, I don't see how anyone can be against this, but I want to make sure that it's in the strategic plan because, by the way, administrations come and go. I know some of our friends on the other side hope that this administration will go faster than we hope, but regardless of who the president is, regardless of who the Homeland Security Director is, gun trafficking needs to be a priority, needs to be part of the strategic plan of Border Patrol, along with the other worthy things that are already included in the bill. So it's a very simple amendment, and I urge passage. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number 10.
Magaziner, number 10. Point of order is reserved. The clerk distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would require a background check for all sales of firearms within 100 miles of the border. We know that cartels are arming themselves with firearms from the United States to rain terror on migrants, on United States citizens, and to threaten the lives and safety of our officers and agents. Because the cartels are so set and so successful in getting their hands on these weapons illegally, it will strengthen the security and the safety along the border to require that firearm sales come with a federal background check. This is a simple amendment. It is common sense, and it will save lives. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Point of order is,
I insist on my point of order, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is not germane to the legislation. The amendment falls outside the committee Rule 10 jurisdiction, therefore it is not germane and is out of order, and I do not withdraw my point of order.
the gentleman is recognized for the point of order.
Yeah, Chairman, this is a border safety bill. I do not understand why my colleagues on the other side are afraid to talk about guns at the border. Don't mention guns once in this entire piece of legislation. This will save lives, and with that, I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on the point of order?
Mr. Chairman.
Who went? We'll go with Mr. Payne first, I think. No. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Green from Georgia is recognized. This is what it says. So.
He's got a rule.
Go ahead and you can share your comment on the point of order.
I had comments on the amendment, but.
Oh, you want to talk on the amendment. Okay, on the point of order, the chairman rules, and it is not germane to the committee. We have an appeal of the ruling of the chair. She withdraws the appeal of the ruling of the chair. I have not said that. The amendment falls outside the committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction, therefore it is not germane and out of order. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne.
You know, we're talking about border security, and we talked about the cartel, and...
The speech is not in order, Mr. Chairman. Nothing's on the floor.
I'm sorry?
I agree. Do you have a point of order or some...
or an amendment.
Motion to make?
Or an amendment.
Or an amendment, yeah.
To debate on the amendment?
There's no amendment on
There's no amendment right now. The amendment was ruled not germane according to Rule 10.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment. It's number 12.
Mr. Magaziner, number 12. Reserve point of order. Clerk, distribute the amendment.
Guns across the border are not germane.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, among other things, this amendment will ensure that if a gun dealer knowingly sells a firearm to someone who they shouldn't, like a trafficker or a member of a cartel, the penalties will be stricter than they are today. They will get more than just a slap in the wrist, and there will be consequences, just as there are consequences for illegal gun trafficking across the border that endangers lives. I ask my colleagues to support, and with that, I yield back.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman yields. Mr.
Chairman, I insist on my point of order. This amendment falls outside the committee rules and the jurisdiction of this court and is not germane and out of order, and I renew my point of order.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order? I'm still learning this part.
Yeah. Well, listen, once again, this is a border safety amendment. It only applies to within 100 miles of the border, and it is specifically designed to target drug trafficking by the cartels. This is a border safety bill that we're considering. This is a border safety debate that we are having, and you cannot have a real border safety debate without addressing the role that gun trafficking plays. And once again, because our colleagues across the aisle have voted down every single amendment that we have offered to try to address the issue of gun trafficking, we offer this one to crack down and apply consequences to those who knowingly break the law by selling guns to cartels.
Okay, this has civil penalties in it. It's so far out of the jurisdiction of this committee. The amendment falls outside the committee's Rule X jurisdiction, therefore it is not germane and out of order. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman, number 13.
Mr. Magaziner, number 13. We have a point of order reserved. Distribute the amendment. You got the kitchen sink coming?
Thank you.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I asked for order, too, in the committee. Listen, this is going to be the last gun amendment that I do tonight, but I am doing it to make an important point, and I don't want this to get lost here, because this is serious.
By offering amendments that are out of order?
Lives are at stake. Excuse me. Order, please. Lives are at stake.
That's what I want is order.
Lives are at stake.
Well, you're not recognized, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. And it baffles me, once again, that when this bill was being concocted, somebody somewhere said, we're going to leave guns out of it. A bill of however many pages, 25, 30 pages, covers all kinds of other topics, good topics and topics that have no business being in a bill like this. Good things that we ought to be focused on: technology, staffing, cracking down on human smuggling, cracking down on drug trafficking, and things that are totally extraneous, like banning apps and banning electric vehicles at DHS. But somewhere along the line, somebody said, well, we're not going to touch guns, even though we know that Border Patrol are risking their lives and are often outgunned because politicians do not have the courage to take on the gun lobby, are afraid to talk about the problem of gun violence, and do nothing as hundreds of thousands of firearms a year are being smuggled across the border into the hands of cartels who want to kill us. So I am going to keep talking about this. And I hope we as a committee keep talking about this. And by the way, when we were at the border last week and Border Patrol was showing us pictures of guns that they seized at the border, guess what? Every single one of them that they showed us was an assault weapon. So you can hide behind procedure and block this vote from occurring. But you want to talk about what the American people want? Yes, they want us to secure the border, but they also want us to address gun violence, and it is shameful that this Congress refuses to act on it. And with that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Gentleman yield.
Yes, I'll yield to Ms. Lee. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Magazine, let me thank you for, I guess you would say this is your ordinary style, but the courage to admit the reality. We're in Homeland Security, but let's be very honest. Guns are the #1 killer of our children here in the United States. Gun trafficking is literally a scourge on this nation. Our neighbor to the south, Mexico, has complained over and over again about the horrific nature of gun trafficking, guns coming from the United States. In my own city of Houston, where the mayor has done a stupendous job, the best way to shop for guns is to go into a parking lot and break into the cars. So someone can gather up guns and add them to the cartels that are buying them at the border. There may be a procedural point, but I believe you framed this amendment with great scrutiny. You've given a certain mileage distance. Those of us from Texas realize that if you're 100 miles out, you are at the border. So I am concerned that we are having to succumb to a procedural point on a crisis that we're facing that no one wants to seem to answer. And let me just add something else. Americans are being killed across the border by cartels. We just had 4 Americans attacked, 2 dead, only 2 returned home from South Carolina. People are found dead on beaches. They're obviously using weapons that are tied in many instances to the United States. Now, we know that we're dealing with individuals that see nothing beyond the, I guess, the basic words of the Second Amendment. They don't see case law, they don't see statistics, they don't see the amount of Americans who care about gun safety and want gun safety legislation. I would imagine if you queried an American from one end of this nation to the
Gentleman's time
next,
has expired.
that you would find that they would support your legislation.
Has it expired?
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I just want to finish my point by just simply saying that it is important.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It is important.
Gentlelady, the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, I strike the next word.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the, or well?
Mr.
Get a point
Chairman,
of order.
I insist on my point of order. This amendment clearly falls outside the jurisdiction of this committee. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
I'll just say once again, it applies only within 100 miles of the southern border, and it is therefore a border protection amendment. And I'll yield back.
I'm sure the cartels won't go beyond 100 miles. The amendment falls clearly outside the committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction, therefore it is not germane and out of order. Therefore, the chair overrules the point of order, or sustains the point of order. The amendment is out of order. Are there any other amendments to the amendment for the substitution?
Mr.
The nature
Chairman,
of the substitution.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 17.
Magazine or number 17 at the desk.
Reserve.
Point of order reserved. Distribute the amendment. I'm going to read this again. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, we support law enforcement. We support a secure border. And securing the border requires an interagency effort. That includes the work of the men and women of the FBI who risk their lives to make our country safer, including by collaborating with DHS and its agencies in going after the cartels, going after trafficking, and securing the border. And I'm offering all of my colleagues the opportunity to make clear that we stand with law enforcement, that we do not stand with the conspiracy theory fringe that wants to, that wants to vilify federal law enforcement agencies. This is a chance for each of you to go on the record and make clear, an opportunity to make clear that we support the work of the FBI, we support the work of this law enforcement agency, in particular, recognize the importance that it plays in securing the border. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist?
I do insist on a point of order. This amendment falls outside this committee's jurisdiction. It's not germane and therefore out of order.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, sir.
You are recognized.
So listen, on this one, I do believe that there is a strong argument for germaneness, and I will tell you why. While it is true that this committee does not have original jurisdiction over the FBI in the sense of its budget and so forth, it does have jurisdiction over interagency efforts to secure the homeland. We have briefings and speakers at hearings from the FBI and other agencies that fall outside our original jurisdiction all the time. While their budget and certain other core functions may not be under the jurisdiction of this committee, many of their activities do fall within our purview. That's why we receive briefings from them. It's why we request information on their work, not just at the border, but on counterterrorism and all kinds of other activities. So this amendment is germane. And again, I understand some of my colleagues may want to try to avoid a vote on this, but I think I would look at this instead as an opportunity to go on the record and affirm once and for all that we do support the men and women who do this important work at the FBI. So I'll yield back.
The chair is prepared to rule very clearly. The members on this side support the FBI, but pursuant to House Rule 16, Clause 7, the amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. The amendment also falls outside the committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction, and therefore it is not germane and out of order. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, finally, I have number 18.
Mr. Magaziner, 18.
Reserved.
Point of order reserved. Distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is one more chance for us as a committee to show that we support law enforcement. And when we say we support law enforcement, we mean it. We don't mean some agencies but not others. Anyone who puts on a uniform to keep people safe in this country deserves our respect and our support. That includes the ATF, which does vital work at the border to combat gun trafficking, a topic which, unfortunately, our Republican colleagues on the other side have voted down amendment after amendment to deal with. But the ATF are risking their lives every day to try to protect Americans and do something about it. So once again, this is an opportunity to show that we support law enforcement, we support the men and women who are risking their lives to protect our lives. And I ask everyone in the spirit of bipartisanship to join in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist?
I do. Once again, Mr. Chairman, this amendment falls outside this committee's jurisdiction. It is not germane and therefore out of order.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, and I'll just say once again, similar to the last one, this is germane because while we do not have original jurisdiction over this agency, they do engage in activities that fall within the purview of Homeland Security. They coordinate with DHS agencies to help DHS agencies fulfill their mission. That is why we receive briefings from them. It is why we receive testimony from them. It is germane to this committee and its work, and so I ask that the point of order be rejected. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The chair is prepared to rule. Pursuant to House Rule 16, Clause 7, the amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Goldman,
10.
Number
10.
10. Gentleman reserves. Distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Golden.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This bill, unfortunately, removes all funding for the Alternatives to Detention Case Management Pilot Program, which provides assistance to individuals who are navigating through lawful immigration proceedings and reduces reliance on immigration detention. Case management programs have proven to be highly effective to ensure that individuals can navigate immigration proceedings and comply with the process while reducing our reliance on immigration detention. The compliance rates of this program are at 99% with court hearings and immigration appointments. The cost of this program is $36 per day per family compared to detention, immigration detention, which costs up to $232 per person per day. There are numerous services that are provided in this pilot program, including mental health services, human and sex trafficking screening, legal orientation programs, cultural orientation programs, connections to social services, and departure planning and reintegration services for individuals who are returning to their home country. Unfortunately, this bill completely eliminates this highly successful pilot program, and so this amendment, instead of eliminating funding and eliminating this pilot program, increases an additional $40 million of funding for this very successful pilot program that helps to preserve the mental health of children and keep families together while making sure that those who have immigration court or other immigration appointments appear as they are required to do. It is a common sense, cost-effective, humane way of dealing with our backlog on the border in terms of our immigration process, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment.
The gentleman yields.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist?
Withdraw.
Gentleman withdraws. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I'll ask for a recorded vote. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to the Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment at the desk, number 11.
Mr. Goldman, 11.
Reserve.
Point is reserved. Point of order reserved. Clerk, distribute the amendment. What was the number again on this, Mr. Goldman?
11.
11. Goldman, 11. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Goldman.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Office of the Immigration Detention Ombudsman was created by Congress in 2019 to provide critical oversight over conditions at immigration detention facilities and administers an independent process to investigate and provide redress for individuals subjected to misconduct, excessive force, or other violations of law by the Department of Homeland Security personnel. Unfortunately, H.R. 2794 completely guts funding for this important office. This Office of the Immigration Detention Ombudsman provides oversight over our immigration detention facilities and is an essential mechanism through which individuals can appeal for violations of their personal dignity and other rules and regulations of the department. Just last year, as one example, an investigation by the Senate Homeland Security Committee found that immigrant women held at ICE's Irwin County Detention Center in Georgia were subjected to excessive, invasive, and often unnecessary gynecological procedures. And it also found that ICE did not conduct thorough oversight of off-site medical providers and procedures. In February of 2019, the New York Times found that the federal government received more than 4,500 complaints in 4 years about the sexual abuse of immigrant children who were being held at government-funded detention facilities, including an increase in complaints while the Trump administration's policy of separating migrant families at the border was in place. This office is an essential office to ensuring that all of our Department of Homeland Security employees are abiding by the laws and have some sort of administrative redress for any complaints. And to gut it means that there is no recourse for children, such as the ones I just described, who were forced either through unnecessary procedures. And so this amendment would reaffirm the important mission of the Office of Immigration Detention Ombudsman and appropriate an additional $72 million for each of fiscal years 2024 and 2025 to ensure that this office is adequately funded. And I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman
withdraw?
The order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Briefly, look, I know we're getting late and we've had a lot of amendments, but I do want us to pause for just a second because this is an important one. It is important that we protect the vulnerable and that we ensure that women, that children, others are not subject to abuse by any bad actors. And we're not talking about lots of people here. We're not trying to paint with a broad brush, but we all know that in any organization there are bad apples who sometimes do bad things. And victims need to have a place to go. In my prior job at the state level, I worked with victims of domestic violence. There needs to be a place for people to go if they have been abused. And so I just want to pause on this one for just a second and appeal to everybody here that we keep this program going as the amendment would have us do. There's no reason not to. And when we get to the voting, I ask everyone to think extra hard about this one, and I thank Mr. Goldman for introducing the amendment.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to?
Mr. Schlegel, last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Let's remember why we're here tonight. We're here tonight because the administration has utterly failed to secure the border. They have utterly failed to secure the vulnerable and the victims who are being trafficked. 2016 to 2020, 2.1 million encounters. 7 people matched the known or suspected terror watch list. 7 in those 4 years. From 21 to present, from 2021 to right now, we have over 5 million encounters, over 1.5 million known gotaways, 193 KSTs, 107,000 fentanyl deaths, an untold number of victims who are being trafficked across the southern border. $5, $6, $7, $10,000 a pop. That's why we're here, because the administration has completely abandoned the southern border. They have completely demonized those who would protect us. And I'm not going to sit here and listen once again to the demonization of those who are actually doing the job, despite the fact that the Commander-in-Chief does not support them, despite the fact that the Secretary of Homeland Security does not support them. These are distractions. Subject to abuse by bad actors is what I just heard. Yes, that is why we're here tonight, because we are trying to prevent the victims from being subjected to the abuse of the cartels who are trafficking them. We just heard 5 amendments that were related to ATF issues. I think we're mistaking this for the Judiciary Committee. This is the Homeland Security Committee. We're trying to protect the homeland. Our victims do need a place to go. You know what's really sad is that the New York Times just reported that 85,000 kids are unaccounted for that have come across the border, that have been processed, and now have disappeared into stash houses, into human trafficking rings inside this country. 85,000 kids. They need a place to go. This is a distraction, and the reason we're here tonight is because we are bringing policy to secure the border and put it in front of the American people, the facts. And these last amendments that we have heard are complete distractions away from the job that we're trying to do. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Other members wish to speak on the amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're recognized.
My good friend from Texas is showing a great debt of concern. To be respected. My tone is at this point because I think this is the appropriate tone. I could become very shrill at this moment. Maybe because I visited the particular center that Mr. Goldman is speaking of in Georgia, which has since been closed. I spoke to the women. But the one thing I think should be clear, and I think Mr. Goldman and Mr. Magaziner made the point, The old phrase, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. These are jurisdictional questions that do have an impact on Homeland Security. No one is taking a broad brush against the men and women who serve us. In the Judiciary Committee, we had someone shout out that he wanted to abolish the ATF. It wasn't a Democrat that said that. So we don't need to rise to the level of pointing fingers. This is a reasonable amendment. It doesn't have any accusatory language in the amendment. It is an ombudsman that is going to help all of us maintain the standards of this nation. That is the beauty and the wonderment of this constitutional republic, that people believe they can trust government in spite of the polling numbers, people who are supposed to have responsibility in spite of the polling numbers, because when there is a crisis, they look to us. So what we're trying to do is to take the base bill and to provide additional support to the issues that are of concern. As it relates to the guns, as it relates to this point, we had a hearing today. The 85,000 is not an accurate number. The word loss is not an accurate number. It means that some of these persons have not been able to be reached. Certainly we should make sure that we find out what the number is, and I will join you on demanding, as I assume everyone would demand, where are these children? But let's be factual about that. So that's in the Judiciary Committee. We had the hearing, and that's inaccurate. And of course, it tied it to the president being the exploiter. Those are all the semantics that we can all use. I'm sure you think we used some in the past administration. We didn't have to use much, though, on January 6th. It was very clear what was going on there. But I just want to say that having experienced that particular detention center, this is a perfectly legitimate point to make and a perfectly legitimate tool or position to have. And I can't, for the life of me, wonder why you want to be accusatory in this manner, because we've offered a substantial number of amendments trying to improve the base bill. I think we should vote on this, take the gentleman's amendments for the intent of which he has. Frankly, I would have liked to have all of us on record that we didn't want to defund anything, but that was made non-germane, and here we are. We're just casting away amendments that really are meaningful to the American people, because gun trafficking should be something that we fight against collectively, and certainly the abuse of individuals in our detention, in our custody. We should maintain the dignity of their human person, and we should be able to have someone to protect their human person. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I think we can end this session at a high tone of realizing we have different views, but we're all trying to get to the best bill we can possibly get. I support Mr. Goldman's amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And looking at this, this amendment, it certainly would appear to me that a much better use for $72 million a year would be funding some kind of agency that trying to find out where these kids are, those 85,000 kids that are probably not in Disneyland, I'll tell you that much. And so, and all the other tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of migrants that are now find themselves as indentured servants because they have to pay back the cartels and what's going on with them. But apparently nobody cares about that at this point. Just let them all in, and then they can fend for themselves when they get into the United States. That's the inhumane policy of this administration.
Mr. Vance, will you yield?
No, sir, I just yield my time back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields his time back. The chair recognizes Mr. Payne of New Jersey for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this committee is here to protect the homeland. And I've been on this committee for 11 years now. And, when Mr. McCall sat in the chair, I was fortunate as a freshman to have the opportunity to pass one of my first pieces of legislation under Republican lead. And then Mr. Thompson came along and reciprocated. That is what this committee has been about. This should be the most bipartisan committee in Congress to protect the homeland. And, you know, I know there's been an issue of saying that bringing up the issue around guns is not germane, but folks, the people that we're talking about, we care about, the Border Patrol, they're fighting guns that come from our country. The Mexican army outmanned by guns from our country. One gun store in all of Mexico. The guns are coming across the border and turned back at us. And so that's why we continue to talk about that. We don't want guns manufactured in this country used against our citizens, our people. Who do you think the cartel points those guns at? That they get from across the American border. And then they turn them back and use them on us. That's what we're trying to get to. That's what I understand about this. And we have to fight all of the issues at the border. We're talking about eradicating the cartel, getting rid of the cartel. Well, how the heck are we going to do that? They're not using AK-57s. They're not using M16s. They've got the gun of choice, the American gun, the AR-15, and they're using it against our people. That's what we're trying, if I'm correct, if I have it right. That's what we're trying to address. Guns that are manufactured in this country, purchased illegally, and then used against our citizens, our Border Patrol, and those poor people trying to get here. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Crane?
Yeah, real quick. Mr. Payne, by the way, you're looking great in that suit, brother. I don't think I could ever rock something like that, but maybe if I stay here
It's hard
long
for me
enough.
to put it on, too.
Well, but I do want to say, Mr. Payne, the AK-57 is not a real thing. It's not even a real gun.
No?
You're probably talking about the AK-47.
Yeah.
And there's not even a lot of those manufactured.
Shows you how much I know about.
I know, and that's why I'm speaking up, sir. Most of the guns that the cartel is using don't come from the United States of America. They don't.
No?
Now, I'm not saying that none do come from the United States, because they most certainly do. And if you recall, there was a program called Fast and Furious that really stirred up a lot of turmoil a couple years ago. All right, but if you were to poll the American people right now, guys, guns going from the north to the south, if you were to poll the American people on Homeland Security, guns going from the north to the south wouldn't even be in the top 10 of their concerns. They're talking about fentanyl, they're talking about sex trafficking, they're worried about MS-13 gang members, and on and on and on. So it's 12:30 in the morning, sir. So if we want to keep doing this, we can keep doing it.
Will the gentleman yield for just a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So you have information on what guns they're using? You say they're not coming from
No, I said that
States.
there are some coming from the United States.
Where would the other ones
But
be coming from?
do you know what the most used firearm in the entire global world is, sir?
No.
It's the AK-47, sir. Gas piston, magazine operated, iron sights. That's the most utilized weapon in the entire world, and that's what the majority of the cartels use.
Not in
so
the United
my
States.
point, sir, is if we want 762 by 39, trust me, you don't want to go here.
Not
all
in
I'm
the
telling you
United
is,
States.
all I'm telling you is, sir, the majority of the weapons the cartel uses, and I think we can all agree that none of us are for the cartel and using firearms. All I'm saying is, if we're going to uphold the American people and we're going to talk about border security, guns coming from American gun stores and going to the South don't even rank in the top 10 of their issues. So if we want to keep doing this at 12:30 in the morning, that's up to you guys. All I'm saying is, if we want to get serious about what we're here to be doing tonight, maybe we should move on.
Gentlemen, yield for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right here. I would love to know where your information is coming that the majority of guns that the cartel uses are not coming from the United States, because I think that would be very helpful. And then the second thing I would just say, I don't know who the majority of American people that you're speaking to are. I assume it is not 166 million people. The many people are unaware, and that's part of the problem. That's why we're raising all of these amendments to do studies, to give the Department of Homeland Security more direction, to understand that there are 600,000 guns a year coming from the United States to Mexico. And if it is true, and I don't think you have any polling on this, but if it is true that it doesn't rank in the top 10, that's simply because we're not addressing the issue sufficiently. And I hope you would recognize, given your experience, the devastation that these guns can have and the degree of power they give to the cartel. And so all we are asking here into securing our border is to recognize the role. It's not the only role, but the role that guns play, and that we need to do something about that.
Yeah, I hear you, sir. And real quick, just out of respect and the fact that I'm a freshman here, what state are you from, sir?
I'm from New York.
Okay. I'm from Arizona. It's a border state. I live, breathe, sleep this, and I have since I was born. Okay, so I'm telling you this.
You don't think that there are immigrants in
No,
New
no,
York
no.
City?
I'm not saying that they're not. All I'm saying is that this has been a day in, day out thing for me my entire life. Okay, so like going down to the border. I grew up at the border. I grew up in Yuma, Arizona, right on the border. So this is something, this is something that I might know a little better than some of the other representatives here. And all I'm telling you guys is, if you guys want to listen and you guys want to talk about what's important to people that actually live on the border and deal with border issues every day, I'm telling you right now, it's what you guys are talking about and keep spending time on. It's not in the top 10.
Gentleman's
if you don't want to
time has
listen to
expired.
me, you don't have to.
The gentleman's time has expired. I want to make the point that we're talking about, I believe, ombudsman investigations, okay? It's late, I understand. We want to go back to amendments that we heard earlier that have already been ruled not germane. Appreciate everybody's interest. The discussion, is there anyone else who wants to discuss the amendment ombudsman investigations, which I'll assert can also be done by the IG, but Mr. Thinadar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you.
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
Listen, on the amendment, Mr. Jimenez said earlier that he would support directing funding to organizations working with children who've come into this country who are unhoused and need help. This bill forbids that. This bill forbids giving DHS funding to NGOs assisting migrants who have come across the border. So, listen, I'm glad that we're all in agreement that we need to help these kids. Strike the part of the bill that forbids DHS from working with organizations, NGOs that do that work. And I'm sorry, I take exception when someone implies that people on our side of the aisle aren't being supportive of law enforcement. let me be clear. Our side has offered amendments to increase the pay and benefits of law enforcement agents on the border. Our side has introduced an amendment to reaffirm their right to form and join and participate in a union. Our side has filed amendments to protect law enforcement from illegal gun violence. And the other side has voted no in voice votes on every single one of those amendments. So I take exception to that. So on the amendment, I'm glad we're in agreement that we ought to be protecting the vulnerable, kids, victims of assault. This amendment does that. It does not preclude anything else that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to do with this bill. It is germane, it is in order, it is relevant, and there is no reason to oppose it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I'll just take a second to say the Inspector General has the authority to do all of these investigations that are stated in this amendment. With that, I yield my comments about the amendment. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garbarino, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you. Yes, and I'm excited that my colleagues are so, on the other side, are so happy to support law enforcement. We're going to have a police week coming up, and I can't wait to watch you all vote yes on all those bills. But I'd like to yield to my colleague, Mr. Jimenez from Florida.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I want to clarify what I said, and I think I speak very clearly. I never said 72 million or 70 million to NGOs or anything like that. I said money will be better spent looking for these kids. I didn't say it was nonprofits. And so, please don't put words in my mouth. I was very clear about what I said. Maybe it's the United States, maybe it's Customs and Border Protection themselves, maybe it's some other agency that actually looks for these kids and finds out what's happening to them. And that was just, maybe we should be, if we're gonna spend $72 million a year, I think it's better spent in that way. And thank you very much, and I yield my time back.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Gentlemen, well, I guess this is Garbarino's time. Do you yield to Mr. Magaziner?
I'm yielding back.
He yields back to the chair. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. No further discussion. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until all the amendments are done. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk that is number 12.
Amendment Goldman 12, point of order reserved. Distribute the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment addresses the Shelter and Services Program, which provides federal dollars to state and local governments and some NGOs that are providing services to migrants. And this is especially personal to me and my district, where tens of thousands of migrants have been bused from border states to New York City. And I'm certain that my three colleagues on the other side of the aisle from New York are well aware of the expense that goes into caring for those migrants and asylum applicants who have been bused to New York City. The city has outlaid already over $1 billion to provide shelter, housing, clothing, and food for them. And unfortunately, this bill, H.R. 2794, would eliminate funding for the Shelter and Services Program. This would mean that the federal government provides no assistance as designed by the congressionally authorized program to fund entities, including local governments and nonprofit organizations, for sheltering migrants and supporting their related activities. The SSP, the Shelter and Services Program, provides direct grant assistance, which is dispersed upfront rather than reimbursed, so that state agencies and NGOs can better plan for securing and maintaining shelter space, providing orientation services, arranging transportation, and providing health care. This program is vital to ensuring that migrants, quite often, from my experience in visiting them, families with children, can receive the necessary life-saving resources as they go through the asylum process authorized by law. This amendment would, instead of defunding the Shelter and Services Program, would adequately fund it so that cities like New York can provide the necessary support and assistance for migrants who are awaiting immigration proceedings. And I hope that we can recognize that it is both a humane and right thing to do to welcome migrants who are going through the lawful process. Some will perhaps get asylum, some will be sent home, but in the meantime, we have a duty to provide them with the necessary care, and this is exactly the program that will do that, and we must fund it rather than defund it, and so therefore I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not adopted.
Have a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. One more. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, I have one more amendment at the desk, number 15B.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report on the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Goldman.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This month, the New York Times reported that hundreds and possibly as many as 1,000 children born to immigrant parents in the United States were removed from those parents at the border under former President Trump's zero-tolerance policy. Most of those children involved were born in the United States to immigrant parents who then went back to their home countries only to return to the United States amid escalating gang violence and other fears in Central America and Mexico. These children were placed into foster care for lengthy periods, and some have yet to be reunited with their parents, lost in the system nearly 5 years after the separation took place. 5,500 children were already known to have been separated from their parents, and these families were harmed by the government policies, and therefore it is Congress's responsibility to at least understand what efforts have been undertaken to reunite them. That is simply what this amendment will do. It requests a report from the Secretary of Homeland Security on the status of reunification of all children who were separated from their parents, including information about how the federal government is working to identify U.S.-born children who may not have been entered into any federal databases upon being separated. And since I understand that Mr. Jimenez, at the very least, is concerned about children who have disappeared and have not been reunited with their parents, I certainly hope that he will support this amendment, which also addresses the same concerns about children disappearing in our system without any knowledge of where their parents may be. This is incredibly important information so that families can fully understand what happened, so that Congress can understand what happened, and so that we can make sure that this never happens again. And I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman withdraws? Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record statements expressing in the strongest terms opposition to H.R. 2794 from the following organizations: America's Voice, Immigration Hub, Southern Borders Communities Coalition, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, Asian American Advancing Justice, National Immigrant Justice Center, Central American Resource Center, Refugee International, Church World Service, and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops.
So ordered. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Guest has an amendment at the desk. You want to make a point of order?
I don't know what the amendment is.
Okay. Clerk, distribute the amendment.
Reserve point of order.
Okay. Point of order is reserved. Clerk, distribute the amendment.
To my knowledge.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. My colleagues across the aisle have made some very valid observations, I believe, as it relates to subsection C of section 16. That section currently reads, no funds are authorized to be appropriated to the department for disbursement to any government organization that provides services. That is overly broad. Services can mean a number of things, and my colleagues across the aisle have pointed out that that can mean things such as medical services, even though we argue that there are currently existing statutes would protect that. That could be NGOs that are passing out water, passing out food to immigrants who are coming across the border. And so I believe that in an interest to try to find common ground, that it would be best to better clarify subsection C. And the amendment is simple. It more narrowly tailors the language found in subsection C, which applies only in 3 instances. One, where NGOs provide transportation. The second is lodging. And the third are legal services. So those NGOs which wish to assist in some other manner that is not prescribed in the amendment, those NGOs would be free to do that. And we know that there's also been arguments that NGOs that don't take government funding, particularly government funding from DHS, they can continue to engage in the activity that they are engaged now. Mr. Chairman, I believe that in no way does this section bar otherwise eligible nonprofits from applying for other important DHS preparedness grants available to nonprofits, such as the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. And so again, in an effort to reach compromise across the aisle, in an effort to find a solution to, again, I believe a section that was well-intended when originally drafted, but a section that when read without any context can be construed to be overly broad. I believe that this amendment more narrowly focuses what is contained in section 16, subsection C, and I would ask my colleagues across the aisle to join me in support of this amendment. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist on the point of order? Yes. The gentleman withdraws the point of order. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment? I have first up Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to start by recognizing and expressing appreciation for the attempt by the other side to address the concerns that we and many other organizations have raised. That being said, this amendment still falls short of where we need to be for a few reasons. By denying the provision of things like transportation and lodging, this amendment would still prohibit funding for organizations that do things like help children, minors, unaccompanied minors who need to be housed, prevents funding for disaster services if there were to be a natural disaster, if there were to be flooding, some other natural disaster, and people needed to be transported or housed as a result of natural disaster. And not only would it prevent organizations doing that work from being funded, it would require those organizations to verify the citizenship status of the people who they're serving. So homeless shelters, food kitchens, organizations that transport people to safer locations in the event of a natural disaster would still have to stop and check the citizenship status of everyone who they're trying to help. Otherwise, if they were found to be in breach of the law were this to pass, they would be at risk of losing federal funding for DHS, I assume, indefinitely. And so listen, I being genuine about this, I appreciate the attempt, and I appreciate the recognition that the original version was severely flawed. That said, this amendment does not go far enough to protect nonprofits doing important work, to protect individuals, particularly children who need access to services like shelter, and to protect everyday Americans who shouldn't have to prove their citizenship every time they need help. And so my suggestion would be, if we really want to fix this language, we should adopt an amendment like Representative Garcia's, strike the section altogether, and move forward with consideration of the rest of the bill. And with that, I'll yield back.
You yield?
Mr.
Sorry,
Magazine.
I'll yield to Mr. Goldman, if that's all right.
I just have a quick point, and to put a finer point on what Mr. Magaziner was saying. What does inadmissible mean? What does inadmissible mean? And does it mean that every single NGO that is providing a service needs to call the Department of Homeland Security to verify whether or not each person is admissible or inadmissible, whatever that may mean under whoever's interpretation? I appreciate the acknowledgement, Mr. Guest, that this original section was overbroad. And even if we were to put aside the fundamental disagreement that this would be a deterrent to people crossing the border in between ports of entry, instead of just being cruel to those who will, because we know they will and they have a right to seek asylum, why don't you just talk to us so we could try to figure out the language that would work? Because this does not accomplish anything and still requires a thorough vetting by these NGOs of the citizenship or legal status of every single person that they help. I yield back.
Could I just a quick question?
I'll yield to Mr. Ivey.
I'd yield to Mr. Guest. Is there a legal definition for inadmissible? What is?
Can nonprofits be expected to do?
Mr. Bishop has that information right here, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'll be happy if you'll yield to Mr. Bishop. He has the definition that you're referring to.
Okay.
It's in section.
Yes, I will.
It's in section 1182, Title 8.
Reclaiming my original time.
Okay. You got 17 seconds.
How is a nonprofit organization providing emergency services supposed to verify the citizenship status of an individual in a timely
If I could answer that question, they don't have to. This is to DHS, not to fund the NGO doing that. So the NGO never has to ask the question, and the time has expired. The next person recognized is Mr. D'Esposito.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good, thank you. I yield back.
Mr. D'Esposito yields. Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also add, and I agree with everything that my colleagues just said, having been the person that made the amendment for striking out 16C, that this is actually a good faith step forward, but it does not go nearly far enough. That I want to point back to the main issue, that you're essentially having organizations like Catholic Charities and others have the responsibility of checking people's documentation status. And that is incredibly problematic, not just for Catholic Charities, but for all the other NGOs that are on the ground. I want to remind just the committee that the Border Patrol Select Chiefs themselves stated how important it is for these organizations to have full access to doing more than just the healthcare piece. But this amendment does not address all the other work that's happening around sheltering that is critical in border communities up and down the border. And so I do not support the additional amendment. It does not go nearly far enough, and it leaves all the initial issues that we had in place. And so with that, I yield. I'll yield to Mr. Menendez.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I do appreciate the effort to come back to this point since we had made so many amendments on it. You know, I mean, there's just a disconnect between even the new title of it and the fact that transportation is covered alone. So if, for instance, a NGO were to encounter someone in medical need, put them in their car and transport them to a place of medical service, that transportation is picked up in this. It's not the facilitation of illegal immigration, it's helping a person in need. They would trigger this potentially. So I unfortunately think this just doesn't catch the issues that we've raised in our amendments. I appreciate the effort, but it leaves too much doubt in place for NGOs, and I just think creates more challenges to address these organizations are really providing for folks who are potentially in need. I yield back to Mr. Garcia and thank him for yielding his time.
Ms. Garcia, you have 3 minutes.
No, I mean, I'll yield back to the chairman, to our ranking member.
Let me just say, I referenced an ongoing disaster where an NGO in my district right now, the Red Cross, is providing lodging for a lot of people, some who are immigrants from other parts of the country. And I know they don't have a system for checking their status. And so again, anything that we try to do to penalize people who are trying to help, NGOs, I just think we have really created a problem for people who are just wanting to help. And we have a national contract with the Red Cross to provide certain services. Now we are saying, oh, by the way, you're now part of the review for who gets services, and if anyone provides the services of someone in this category, you're no longer eligible to receive DHS funds. And that's primarily FEMA funds that work in disasters, which I have one that's working in my district right now. I yield back.
Does Mr. Garcia yield, or?
I'll yield to Mr. Ivey.
Mr. Ivey? Yeah, I think you get 5 minutes if you want, so I'll put you on the list, and the gentleman yields, and I recognize Mr. LaLota for 5 minutes to talk on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's getting late, but I do want to commend some fellow Long Islanders for their leadership and persistence on this issue, Mr. Desposito and Mr. Garbarino. This is a well-crafted amendment worthy, I think, of bipartisan support. And it does 3 main things. It prospectively turns off one of the magnets that continues to attract people across our border. Second, the amendment does not interrupt any funding going towards transportation, lodging, and legal costs for folks who are already inside of our country. And third, it protects funding for important security measures like those at churches and synagogues throughout the country. It's been a long night, Mr. Chairman. We haven't found much bipartisan consensus and support, but this is an amendment that I believe is worthy of that. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Ivey for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
This is a question, actually, for Mr. Bishop and Mr. Guest. So I'm trying to look up inadmissible aliens because I want to understand what the definition is. And the one I found here, which is section 1182, any alien who, by fraud or willfully misrepresenting material fact, seeks to procure or has sought to procure or has procured a visa, other documentation, or admission into the United States or other benefit provided under this chapter is inadmissible. Is that the definition you're working from? That's 8 U.S.C. 1182.
If you're yielding to me,
yes.
1182 goes on for page after page after page of classes of inadmissible aliens.
Okay.
I mean, in other words, what you just read might be part of the verbiage. I don't know, but it is a fairly massive section that includes multiple subcategories of grounds on which aliens are inadmissible and are in that categorization. It's a legal term that summarizes a number of categories.
Okay, so is there particular, well, I guess, is it clear to you then that actually I should frame it this way. Would it be clear to the NGOs or whoever's trying to follow the language you're putting in here who would be in the category of being an inadmissible alien? How would they know?
I think as a practical matter, they know.
No, that's.
I mean, I can't speak to what people know.
The definition I read, just a moment ago, speaks to people who are trying to fraudulently procure documents or visas. And so I don't know how you know that as a practical matter or not. And I see language in here about health issues, money laundering, that sort of thing. But
would the gentleman yield for just a second to the chair?
Yes.
Yes. So again, I want to reiterate the point. The burden of proof here is not on the NGO. The burden of proof is on DHS because DHS is the one writing the check to the NGO. So if the NGO, if DHS determines that the NGO is taking inadmissible aliens that fit that definition and doing these services, then DHS can stop money going to that NGO for that service.
Exactly. So the burden
is on DHS.
Well, not really, because if then DHS cuts off the money, it's no big deal for DHS, but it would be a very big deal potentially for the NGO because it could be central funding to the existence of that NGO. So clearly the impact of a negative finding on this instance would fall almost entirely on the NGO. So that's
my point is burden of proof, but I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm the last one to, but my understanding is from the wording here that the burden of proof would be on DHS to make that decision. So that's, and we're talking inadmissible aliens by that very lengthy definition, not.
I'll yield, Mr. Goldman.
A different way of saying it is, yes, that's, of course, the practical reality of it is that the DHS would have to make that finding. But not the practical, the legal reality. The practical reality is that no NGO would ever risk getting crosswise with DHS if they are being funded, if they have a contract with DHS. It will have a tremendous chilling effect on every NGO to make sure that they do not cross that line and bring with it that finding from DHS. So you're making a legal point, but the reality is that of course it will fall on the NGO because the NGO doesn't want to risk it. And so they're going to be incredibly careful, and it is going to be incredibly cumbersome, administratively burdensome on any NGO to do the vetting to determine whether under, as Mr. Bishop said, the laundry list of reasons for inadmissibility in Section 1182 would apply.
And if I could just reclaim my time briefly.
Certainly.
To be able to figure that out in an emergency circumstance like what the ranking member mentioned, I don't know how you would do that in a timely way. You're putting an impossible request or burden on the NGO to sort that out. And Mr. Jimenez, I will yield to you if you'd like.
Well,
okay.
So you yield back to the chair?
I'll yield back.
I'll take those 6 seconds.
Okay.
Mr. Jimenez, you're recognized for 5 minutes to talk on the amendment.
Thank you very much. And look, the way I read this is simple. Admissible aliens, the NGOs, Catholic charities, et cetera, can provide all the services they're providing today. To the inadmissible aliens, the only things they cannot provide are transportation, lodging, and legal services. They can provide everything else they're doing, medical, food, all that, to inadmissible aliens. And so they can even do that for folks that are in here prior to the enactment of this act. And so at the end, there's something I've always learned, is that never let perfect be the enemy of good. And let me tell you, this is a heck of a lot better than what we had, because I had concerns, and that's what certain members here voiced those concerns to our side and said, hey, we need to fix certain things like medical care, et cetera, and if a hospital or a private clinic provided medical care to somebody who may be even inadmissible, to us, that wasn't right, that somehow their money was going to be taken away. And so again, this is not perfect. It's certainly not going to satisfy your side of the aisle, all right? Because it's not, you don't want, what you wanted was everything, okay? But it's a heck of a lot better than what we started out. And
Well,
so
would the gentleman yield for just a
I
moment?
will yield for yes.
And I'll only use 10 seconds, but the lodging piece, you know, let's say for a hospital or in an overnight stay, does that count? I mean, one of the things I would encourage is if you don't want to hear it from us, what about talking to hospitals that are NGOs or provide medical services?
No, but hospital stay is not lodging. That's medical care. All right. So I don't believe that's a true, you know, interpretation of this. All right. I don't go to a hospital for my hotel stay. Okay. I go to a hospital when I'm sick, and so those are the concerns that we had. And so this is very specific. Those NGOs, when they're going to try to provide housing for folks, yeah, they need to do some research and say, hey, are you admissible or inadmissible? But when you're providing food and clothing and all kinds of other services, then no, you can continue to do that, even if they are inadmissible. Again, you know, never let perfect be the enemy of good. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on the amendment? I think Mr. Thinadar.
Just a brief
Mr.
moment.
Thinadar is recognized, and then we'll continue. Mr. Thinadar.
Mr. Chair, I'm encouraged that you know, my colleagues across the aisle have come up with something that at least seems like somewhat of a compromise, at least an attempt to. So I'm really encouraged and willing to stay another 2, maybe 3 hours if we can hammer out something really, something very useful, and that takes account many of the other amendments that this side has put together. But I would like to, I think Mr. Magaziner has some really more things to say here, so I'm going to give him a little bit of my time.
In response to Mr. Jimenez has stepped out and Mr. Lalota, listen, the bottom line for me is this. This language would still forbid funding to organizations that provide shelter to children. And that's a non-starter.
Gentleman yield.
And no, not yet, hold on. If you all had come to us.
Help you with that.
If you all had come to us to work on language together, we could have worked through something that might have been workable here. But this language as it stands denies funding for lodging for inadmissible aliens, which I assume would include children who
Sure you want to assume?
came across the border
I'm just asking
without
for
documentation.
Mr. Chairman.
He has the floor, Mr. Bishop.
I just asked him whether he wanted to yield, Mr. Chairman.
No, I mean, listen.
I just asked him to yield. I'm entitled to do that.
Well,
You can ask him to yield.
And I already said
That's
no.
what I did.
He said
Well,
no.
again, I
Okay.
already said no.
You have the floor, Mr.
I'm
Magazine.
back, but listen, work with us. That's all we're saying. Because this amendment is still flawed.
Oh, I got time.
It still,
Take 5 minutes more.
it still will deny services to vulnerable people who need them. It will still put NGOs in the position of having to try to document or show an effort to document the citizenship status of the people that they're trying to help, or else risk losing their funding. So I'm just telling you all, you're going to have to come back with another fix on the floor if you pass this tonight, because it doesn't actually fix the whole problem. And if you'd worked with us, we could have worked on something that, you know, maybe we would all feel good about, but unfortunately, this amendment is not that. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Bishop for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Very well. I'm skeptical of the motive to reach an agreement, a compromise. What the gentleman just asserted about children being denied care or lodging is just false. Unaccompanied children, after being or go from Border Patrol, and they're transferred to the Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And then from there, they can only go to a sponsor or family member. They don't go to NGOs. Consequently, this doesn't affect children. The assertion is false. It is intended to drive fear and to denigrate the effort to resolve the problem that this language fixes. It actually is a very elegant fix. It's been well drafted. If you notice, even in the beginning, it prohibits the department from providing funds to nonprofits. Previously, it said that provide, and then it went into, it was very quite broad and vague. As others pointed out over there, that could lead to the issue conceivably of some other unrelated relationship where there's a funding interaction, and it would be caught up in that. Now it's to provide three specific categories of services. It covers very specifically who the people are it can't be provided to by a legal term that is defined in law: inadmissible aliens. It is tight, it is precise. It also has a provision at the end: who enter the United States after the date of enactment of the act. Overwhelmingly, everybody understands how this works. NGOs, Border Patrol brings people in. Border Patrol really doesn't really have any legal authority, any role to provide for people once they come through the border, once they're processed. Consequently, this industry of NGOs has grown up, where they take them, transport them across the country, lodge them in hotels. All of these things end up being paid for by the government through grants to the NGOs. The department, let me tell you something you can rest assured about. The Department of Homeland Security knows when it is turning people over to the NGOs that those are inadmissible aliens, and they are delivering them to the NGOs. They know right exactly what's happening. So there's no question of anybody making any mistake in overwhelming number of cases, and there's really no risk. If you want to, obviously, we'll continue to, as far as I'm concerned, to work with you after the bill passes markup. But isn't this a great effort to solve the problem? And
does the gentleman yield
to the chairman?
To the chair?
I don't want to yield back at this point, but
I'll yield back to you when I'm done.
Yes.
I'd just like to make the point that what we've seen over the past several, months, but I'd really say 2 years, is this downward utilization of ICE detention beds to the point that they're at 6,000-7,000 census in one of the particular companies when they have a capacity of as much as 28,000. That's one of the companies. Instead, we're sending them to the NGO where, and by the way, the ICE detention bed costs the government $160 a night maximum, but they say anywhere from $120 to $160 depending on the needs of the particular individual. The hotel beds are costing us as much as $400 a night. That's what the NGOs are billing the federal government. So DHS is decreasing ICE detention beds because they know that detention is deterrence, right? And the point of this, Secretary, is to incentivize people to come. I mean, we can debate that, but if you look at the facts, that's what it looks like. So he's taking down the number of people in ICE detention intentionally, leaving all this vacancy that cost us a lot less money, handing it over to the NGOs, right? Charging us a whole lot more money, probably making a whole lot more money, and I'll just tee it up. We have a whistleblower who's come to us. We're going to dig into that a little bit, where some of those billions of dollars are going to those NGOs. But that is what we're trying to get with this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, with compliments to the maker of the motion for the elegant language, I'll yield to him for the rest of my time.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, in the 13 seconds that I've been yielded by my friend from North Carolina, I want to make it clear that this doesn't apply to all NGOs across the country. This applies to a very small percentage, only those that take DHS funding. If you want to provide transportation, lodging, and legal services, you're free to do so. You just can't get DHS money to do that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Excuse me.
I recognize Ms. Jackson Lee.
I just hope we can come to a conclusion, and I just want to make the point on this amendment that I think it is not as clear as the gentleman from Mississippi would like it to be, because on the face of the document, it makes it very clear that if ICE is trying to transport individuals that may be classified as inadmissible to a detention center or to deport them, if they use an NGO or want to use an NGO, they cannot do it under this language. You have blocked ICE from dealing with those who you may want to be deported or that need to go to detention because you have the word inadmissible. And ICE contracts out, in many instances, NGOs that are providing the transportation. So in its attempt to be clear, it is extremely unclear. And you're undermining the very essence of the people that you are trying to allegedly allow them to do their job. They will not be able to do their job under this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I recognize Mr. Higgins.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield time to
Mr. Gist.
My colleague from Mississippi.
I'll be brief. Argument that I tried to make in 10 seconds and about 30 or 45. So again, the intent of the amendment, and I think the intent of the language in the bill, is not to prohibit all NGOs from providing lodging or transportation or legal services. If you don't take money from DHS, you're still able to do that. The number of NGOs that this legislation would apply to is a very small percentage. But, Mr. Chairman, to your argument, where we have federal money going to NGOs and then the NGOs are charging $400 a night to put someone up in a hotel room, I think the people across this country are outraged when they hear that.
You look for a question? Just clarifying question.
At this point, I'd have to yield. It's not my time to yield, so in a minute I'll yield back to Mr. Higgins. If Mr. Higgins wishes to yield time to you, I'm more than happy to do that. But again, you know, the debate that I've heard makes this seem like that all NGOs are prohibited from transportation, all NGOs are prohibited from lodging, and that all NGOs are prohibited from providing legal services. And that is just not the case. That is false, it is inaccurate, and it applies to such a small percentage. And again, I understand your argument. The argument that was made by my colleagues across the aisle, we tried to take that in good faith and we tried to narrow it down because I don't think anybody wants to prevent medical services or food or water to be provided to people in need. You know, most of the people in this, in Congress, Republican and Democrats, we want to help our brothers in need. That's what we're commanded to do in the Bible. And so we're trying to reach a compromise across the aisle. And again, I understand, Mr. Magazine, that you don't feel that this compromise goes far enough. And I don't believe you're going to vote for this. But I want you to know it was made in good faith. And there were people across the aisle, me being one of the main ones, along with others, who recognized as we began debating this bill that the language contained in the bill was overly broad. And so that was the reason that the amendment was made, to narrow that language and again to apply only to a small percentage of NGOs. At this time, I yield my time back to Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields to the chair. The chair recognizes Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points. I want to start with the major grounds of inadmissibility to the U.S. Mr. Bishop cited Section 811-82 and said it was long and complicated, had a lot of details. Well, I found a chart here that kind of summarizes it, and I would like to ask for some clarifications. At different points in our history, we've had different situations that cause somebody to be admissible, but this is current. Some are pretty obvious, some less so. People with communicable diseases of public health significance, maybe you could determine that. I don't know if you could tell if somebody had tuberculosis or HIV within a couple of hours of them arriving. People with physical or mental disorders that might cause harm to themselves or others. Again, I don't know if you can tell if somebody's suicidal or not. Drug abusers or addicts, maybe so. Drug traffickers, maybe so. People without proper vaccinations, smallpox vaccination, COVID vaccination. I don't know the answer to that. People with moral turpitude. Is that going to be the LGBT community? Is that going to be trans people? I've heard comments from the other side thinking that they had some kind of moral problems. People who have previously violated immigration laws, you're going to look that up within a couple of hours. How about prostitutes? You can't come in, you're inadmissible if you're a prostitute. Mr. Bishop, how would you recognize a prostitute? People with multiple criminal convictions, well, maybe we got time to look all that up. Spies, okay, we're going to check with the CIA, see if this person's a spy. Terrorists, maybe so. Nazis aren't allowed in here either. And then people likely...
Gentlelady's reminded that the comments are directed at the chair.
Excuse me. People likely to become public charges. How are you going to tell somebody who's going to become likely to become a public charge? It's impossible to determine who these people are, whether they're admissible or not, within a couple of hours of processing them. I don't know how an NGO could possibly determine if we can't even answer it ourselves. Second point I'd like to make is that this language says to any non-governmental organization. Well, we've just focused on NGOs. There are a lot of private companies that deal with our border folks, people who have private contracts to do some of the health screening, private contracts to do some of the temporary housing, private contracts to drive the bus from the immigrants up to wherever they're going, or maybe to New York or somewhere and dump them out. Those are non-governmental organizations too. So for both of those two reasons, how do you define a person who might have a disease or who might be a prostitute or who might be a trans person? And what are you going to do about all the contracts that exist with private companies that would be covered by this as well as NGOs? How do you
The gentlelady yields. Anyone on this side? Okay, Mr. Payne, you're recognized.
I think it's getting kind of late. But I want to say this one thing. I yield to Mr. Magaziner.
Listen, I'm not going to say what I was originally going to, because I think actually Representative Titus just did such a good job running through a whole list of very legitimate concerns that still exist with this amendment. All I'll say is this, and I see Mr. Guess has stepped out. He mentioned that this was a good faith attempt to try to meet us halfway and try to find some consensus. And I recognize that. I would just suggest for future reference to everyone on the committee, a real good faith attempt to find consensus involves talking to us so that we can work together to find that consensus instead of doing it all yourselves and then just hoping. So in the future, real attempts at consensus involve talking to us and seeing if we can work something out. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, you have the floor for 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
And on that sentiment, as I stated before, when Mr. McCall sat in that chair and Mr. Thompson sat in that chair, legislation was gone over, and I think the ranking members mentioned it several times. If we had seen it before 9 o'clock Monday night and we had discussed it, we would be through all of this by now and gone home, like it looks like all of you want to do. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be brief. I was just going through Google to try to figure out find more additional information about some of this, and it appears that members of the Republican conference had submitted a letter, I think Representatives Comer and Stefanik, to Secretary Mayorkas, specifically asking about NGOs and stating in their letter, quote, NGOs have been used as a tool to enable the mass release of hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossers into the United States. And looking at this section 16, I imagine that's what the majority is trying to address with this language. What we've been trying to do is just flag that there could be unintended consequences here. We're good actors, people that you would not want to be subject to this provision could be triggered by it. And if they do receive DHS funding, could lose that funding. That's all we're trying to flag. We're not trying to play hardball or gotcha. We're just trying to prevent unintended consequences of good actors that all of us here would believe in their mission. So, I don't think, to Mr. Bishop, we're not going to not agree to what you want because it's not all of what we wanted. We put together very specific amendments for, health care, for, I think, pregnant women, for children. We put together a series of options that would narrow the scope of this, and none were accepted. But we tried to be as tailored as we could be. In my opinion, this is not tailored. It does. I know what you're trying to achieve, but there are going to be unintended consequences in this, and that's something that we're just trying to prevent, and we're trying to do so in good faith. But I just wanted to raise that point, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any other person wishing? Ms. Ramirez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to try to also be brief because I know we all want to vote soon. I ran a nonprofit for about 13 years and actually ran an emergency shelter, so I know the work really well. And it was a formerly faith-based organization. So I want to just go back to this conversation of the NGOs, that any NGO could go ahead and provide these services. That this is specifically to the NGOs or the community-based organizations that want to have DHS funding, Department of Homeland Security funding. Well, a nonprofit could have funding from 10 different sources, and then every source restricts how you use the money. And so if I am getting money from the city to do shelter, and only shelter, I could be getting money from DHS to provide emergency food through FEMA. And then I could have another source of funding to provide counseling services. What this amendment would do is to say, while there's already restrictions on how you can use the funding, if in fact any other of your budget that has nothing to do with the DHS funding is used to shelter a pregnant woman who's been at the airport for 4 days with her 3-month-old who is fitting the inadmissible definition, then all of a sudden, that NGO or community-based organization loses any funding from DHS. To me, I think it's really important to understand, and for those of you that have managed nonprofits before, I certainly would love to engage in the conversation, that's what we're saying. So yes, you're restricting, but you're actually restricting an NGO that gets different sources of funding, even when we are clear that the sheltering could be done with another source of funding. So I just want to make sure that I say that. The last piece of that, look, we talk about humanitarian efforts, and I'm glad that you got the visual of someone starving and the idea that you would retaliate because they needed a sandwich. But shelter is pretty similar to that. I don't know if you've ever experienced homelessness. I don't know if you've ever had to worry about freezing cold like Chicago. That's what we're telling people who are fleeing all sorts of dangers. People whose tents are being burned on the Mexico side. That's what we're telling them. We are saying to them that we will retaliate against this NGO if they dare to have a heart to live out their ministry and shelter a family while they figure out if they got their vaccines and everything else. So while I appreciate that you are attempting to work with us, I do have to agree with my colleagues here. Some of us have expertise in some of these things. Some of us actually know what it's like to be a child of an immigrant. Some of us actually know what it's like to be a wife of a DACA recipient. Some of us have undocumented family who has put 4 boys through college and are still trying to get immigration reform or a pathway to citizenship. So I know that. And if you worked with us, we would be able to come to some kind of agreement. My hope is that we get to a place where we get to work together, because this is a country that we all love. And we know that this is a country that can be welcoming to our children, to our women, and to asylum seekers. So I yield back, Chairman.
The gentlelady yields. Are there any other members who would like to make comments on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Guest. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chair, on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
The ranking member has asked for a recorded vote. Since this is the last amendment of the night, we'll go ahead and call the roll on this one. Then we're going to take a recess to reset for all the rack of votes that is before us. Clerk, do you think about 10 minutes? How long will it take to? 5 to 10 minutes. So the clerk, call the roll on this one. You can call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
Mr. McCall.
Mr. Higgins.
Aye.
Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota votes aye. Mr. Ezell.
Aye.
Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
You're up.
Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Payne. No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. No. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. No. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Ivy. No. Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman. No. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus. Mr. McCall.
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No. No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no.
Are there any other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
Clerk will report to tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 yeas, 15 noes.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any? We're going to stand in recess we'll do 10 minutes for a bathroom break while the clerks set up for the roll call votes, and then we'll get those done as quickly as we can. I want to thank the members for their incredible effort tonight on both sides of the aisle.
Mr. Chairman, don't say bathroom.
Did I say bathroom?
You did. It's in the recording. Some constituent is looking at this.
Mr. Chairman, can we please vote?
We are not going back in just a second. I just want to make sure everybody's informed on what's going on. Both staffs are working on some language to make voting a little bit easier tonight and get us out of here a little sooner. So if you guys will just be patient, hang tight. They're working on the language, and we'll get going here as soon as they're ready. Committee will come to order. To kind of let everybody know the lay of the land here, we have 6 amendments that we're going to vote on individually. Then we will vote en bloc for the remainder of the amendments. So, pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, proceedings will now resume on questions previously postponed in the following order: Thompson 32, Thompson 6, Thompson 20, Swalwell 16, Jackson Lee 14, Goldman 15A. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 32 offered by Representative Thompson, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
Hold on a second.
Oh.
Can I just say at the outset, I want to thank the ranking member and the chairman for working this agreeable situation. And I vote no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. No. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez. No. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell. No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mrs. Ramirez.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no. The clerk will report the tally.
Green votes no. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 6, offered by Representative Thompson, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. No. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne. Aye. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez?
Aye.
Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Chairman Green, on that vote, there were 15 yeas and 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on amendment number 20 offered by Representative Thompson, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. LaLota? No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell? No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? No. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong? No. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Aye. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy?
Yeah.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 16, offered by Representative Swalwell, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? No. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. LaLota? No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell? No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? No. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong? No. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Aye. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Aye. Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Aye. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Aye. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Aye. Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Aye. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
The chair votes no. Clerk
Chairman-
will report the tally.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 14 from Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? No. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? No. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? No. Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. LaLota? No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell? No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson? Ms. Jackson Lee?
No is correct.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne? Aye. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 15A offered by Representative Goldman, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. LaLota? No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell? No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
The clerk will tally the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the postponed proceedings on the remaining amendments be vacated to the end that they be considered en blanc, and the question on adoption en blanc be put de novo.
Without objection, so ordered. The following postponed amendments will be considered in block. Goldman 9, Goldman 14, Magaziner 20, Magaziner 21, Magaziner 22, Ramirez 73, Correa 74, Jackson Lee 4, Payne 16, Clark 30, Tanadar 17, Tanadar 23, Correa 22, Correa 18A, Correa 25, Correa 15, Menendez 19, Ivy 26, Ivy 28, Magaziner 19, Goldman 10, Goldman 11, Goldman 12, and Goldman 15A. 15B, my apologies. The question is now on agreeing to the amendments in block. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins? No. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? No. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? No. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. LaLota? No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell? Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Strong?
It's one vote
It's one vote in all of.
against all the amendments.
Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell votes no. Chairman Green votes no.
The clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 17 noes.
The noes have it. The en bloc is not agreed to. This concludes the voting on our first markup. I will let the ranking member have a closing statement if you want. Or, wait, hold on just a second. Oh, we have to pass the bill. Yeah. Oh, there's that.
Good stuff.
There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute as amended to H.R. 2794. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill H.R. 2794 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, on that I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest? Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne. No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. No. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar. No. Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. No. Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy. No. Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman. No. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez. No. Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark. No. Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus. No. Ms. Titus votes no.
The chair votes aye. The clerk
Chairman.
will report the tally.
Votes aye, Mr. Chairman. On that vote, there were 18 yeas, 15 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. This concludes the consideration of the bills noticed by the committee for today. Mr. Ranking Member, would you like to make a few statements? Closing statement.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I request that members have 2 calendar days to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, or minority views on the measures ordered reported by the committee today.
So ordered, there being no further business. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.